Yeah, you gotta. Ready? Ready? Yeah. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 12, 2015. We'll begin with the special order calendar. Continued hearings. Item number 1, 15004BZ, 129 Elizabeth Street, Manhattan.
Good morning. Jordan Mose from Sheldon Lobel on behalf of the applicant. So we were at, obviously, yesterday's review session, and certainly heard the comments of the board. It sounds like that what may be the, at least from our perspective, and hopefully from your perspective, the best course of action would be to reduce the height of the building a little bit. I think there are some spaces where we can accommodate that, particularly on the second floor studio with the 13-foot high floor to floor. We can bring that down to I think a 9-foot floor to ceiling height, which takes about 2 feet out of the building there. And also the first floor space, inclusive of the mezzanine, could also be brought down, I think, about a foot to take about 3 feet out of the building in aggregate is what we would like to propose in a revised plan set. I think there was, it seemed like more discussion. I'm happy to field any questions with respect to the nature of the building. The units in this building, I think, which was acknowledged, I think, by the board, that they're not especially large units. The units were obviously reduced in the adverse possession action. At any rate, that's the nature of the building, is that there are just these 2 residential units of small to average size. I would characterize them, a studio and a 2-bedroom.
I think the point about talking about the size of the units was to establish your the loss that results by the loss of the 20s, the economic loss that would result as a result of the 26 square foot loss.
Okay, I mean, we can...
Perhaps the units become substandard, and that's why you need...
Yeah, and to ground it in
a per square foot
to document
valuation.
Right, but also to document the unit sizes being undersized based on what the norm is for Manhattan. So right now, it's all anecdotal.
Okay, I understand.
Right, so I had basically said in comment that I had done a little research that suggested that the studios were perhaps a little bit on the small side, but I wasn't quite sure about where the 2 bedrooms fit in, and that you need to kind of ground that in some sort of statistical fact.
We'll document that, and I think, and then value it as well to establish the economic impact of the square foot loss.
And you could talk about perhaps the increase in the ceiling height and how that, on the floors that you're going to maintain the increased ceiling height, how that kind of offsets the small unit size.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? I think if you actually did that, got that in writing, and did the drawing to reduce it, we could actually close and you just submit that material.
Okay, that would be great.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, so for a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Okay, so our next, I don't know, how much time do you think you need to do that?
3 weeks?
3 weeks to actually do the work, okay. 1, 2, 3. So if you could submit on, I don't know how that works really. Just for a vote, we can probably handle the 23rd, no, June 23rd? I know it's very packed, but yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, so if you could submit on June 4th, that's a Thursday, that'd be great.
For a vote on?
And for a decision on the 23rd
June 20th.
of June.
Appeals calendar
Thank you.
decision items. Item number 2, 13111A through 13311A and 15914A through 16114A. This is Arthur Kiel Road and Pemberton Avenue in Staten Island.
Good morning, Jessica Rubenstein on behalf of Rothkrug and Spector.
Okay. So I think we have everything here. So for a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Item number 3, 245-12A, 515 East 5th Street, Manhattan.
We should reopen.
Oh, yeah. We need to reopen this, so for a motion to open, reopen.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Marvin Mitzner, the applicant. Just by way of update on what's been happening, a demo permit was in fact issued on May 6th, and demolition has begun. We expect it to be completed within 60 days, so we ask that the decision be deferred to the end of July to provide enough time to provide evidence of its removal.
Okay.
There was also some question at the exec session about sprinkler plans. I think the point that we made was that we don't have the DOB-approved plans, but we can certainly supply the board with the plans that our architect prepared for submission to DOB, if that's what
Say
the
that
board...
your architect, what?
Prepared for submission to DOB.
Recently prepared.
No,
Prepared back then.
back then, right.
So in other words, you don't have approved sprinkler
I don't have
drawings,
approved
you
sprinkler.
just have the drawings that the architect has on file.
Right, right.
Okay, that's probably better than nothing, right?
Was there a reason that you could not obtain the approved set of plans?
We've searched, I've had the
It wasn't that
expedited...
long ago.
I've had the expedited search, every record available, and he says he can't find it.
But you had it installed, though, yeah?
Yeah.
So the sprinkler company that did the work, they got a set of plans?
Well, we can supply you with a set of plans, it's just that a
I mean,
DOB
they would have a
stamped.
set of approved plans, because they would have to have them on
We
site.
couldn't, all I can tell you is we couldn't find them, so,
No, but you didn't find them at DOB, but
Right.
the point is, if you go to the contractor may have kept them on file. Architects usually keep their approved plans, it's sort of part of their diligence that they're supposed to be keeping on site. You know, you would think that they'd also...
well, we'll ask again, I mean, we'll go directly to the source.
Right.
Because right now, we've asked the expediter to give us what he can
Well, the
find.
expediter wouldn't necessarily have them.
Right.
How about the engineer who prepared the sprinkler drawings?
I mean, the architect or the...
No, the engineer normally prepares sprinkler.
Well, then we'll ask the engineer and the sprinkler company.
Okay,
Yeah.
please, okay.
I'm sure they've kept a copy of the approved.
That's fine, I mean, whatever they have,
They
we'll
would.
supply to the board.
Okay, good. So, all right, so you now have the permits, we saw them online. One of the questions, though, is the stop work order still shows on BIS? It doesn't show like a partial lift to do the work. So do you have some kind of thing in writing that says you're actually allowed to start the work as opposed to holding a permit in your hand?
Only discussions with the Manhattan office, they're trying to facilitate our ability to
Okay.
demolish the penthouse and still keep the stop work order until the board rules on the application.
Okay, so I'm
What
concerned
is
a
the
little
stop
bit.
work order related to?
I forget the exact nature of it, but my inquiry at DOB was basically that notwithstanding the stop work order to allow us to do the demolition work on the penthouse. And I think the stop work order may relate to the enlargement.
Yeah, I think it does.
I think it's
It's for...
It's related to the
for-
revoked permit for the...
Yeah, for the enlargement, right.
The BZA case?
Yeah.
So, but my concern is that as you do the work, inspectors are going to be sent there, and then they're going to stop you in your tracks. So you should probably get something in your hand so you can show an inspector, look, we have approval to do this sort of this work under whatever they want to call it, a partial lift or something, because the inspector's not going to know, right?
Well, I think this particular case has reached a level at DOB where I think everybody's aware of it. But we will...
Even the
we will-
inspectors on a
Even the
311?
inspectors, yeah. But we will follow up on that and make certain.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. So you think you have 6 weeks about for the...
I was told 60 days to complete.
Yeah, okay. Okay, don't know if that's realistic. And what about the work on the floor below? So that's to remove the penthouse, then you also have to bring the...
That's part of
other-
it. That's part
So
of it.
it's including...
It's including everything.
Everything.
Right.
So it's demo and reconstruction?
And reconstruction, that's correct.
Okay, okay. So let's give you a little more time than 60 days, because it's, you know how that goes. Okay. Any other comments about this? Are there any speakers on this? Okay, so...
I believe there is.
Oh, there is? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
Mr.
see. Please
Bernstein's
come.
here.
Good morning, Daniel Bernstein from Arnold and Porter on behalf of the Tenants Association. We just want to clarify a couple things. First of all, we've seen no evidence in the building that the demolition has actually begun. We'd also like to know how this reconfigured sixth floor is going to satisfy the zoning requirements. The only plans we've seen from the applicant violate the quality housing regulations. I believe it's ZR 2821 because all the units are too small. I believe there are 4 units, each of which is under 400 square feet. So we shouldn't be creating a new non-compliance here. ZR 5431 simply does not allow that. We still haven't figured out what to do with the business on the ground floor of the building, which, contrary to the applicant's assertion, is not a community use group 4 facility. It is a spa, as its own website indicates. And we don't want to belabor this point, but we just want to note that in light of recent events in the neighborhood, the unfortunate explosion, we think it's all the more important to really make sure that the fire safety measures in these old tenement buildings are robust. And if we're going to deviate in any way from the MDL, there really should be good cause for doing so. And the board should specify exactly what fire safety requirements need to be in place if we're going to deviate in any way from the MDL. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, someone else to speak.
Good morning. My name is Maya Korean. I'm here on behalf of State Senator Hoylman, who's in Albany today for session. But I'll speak very briefly just to echo the concerns of the Council for the Tenants. We, too, have not seen any evidence to date that that demolition has started, but you know that, and you know the reasons why. We are very concerned about the alteration at the 6th floor and how that does comply with the zoning laws, and we are especially concerned about the fire safety codes. The site of the explosion was in the Senator's district, and we've seen kind of in the aftermath how tenants are still recovering from that explosion, and it would be, we're particularly concerned that the fire safety measures in this building may not be adequate, and the plans that are submitted may not be adequate as well. So I will leave it at that, but I will submit the written version of this testimony to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, and we've received that, actually, so we've read
Yeah, I
that.
forwarded your email.
Thank
Maya.
you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I think you've already discussed the density in the building, right?
Yes, mhm.
Because it's, if I remember correctly, we looked at the math that's required for the building, and you're okay with that number of units, right?
Yes.
That's what my recollection is. And then with respect to the fire safety, that's the whole point about the sprinkler
That's correct.
drawings and checking that.
As well as the other fire safety improvements that are generated as a result of the MDL 310
Right,
application.
maybe you want to just briefly state what they are, the ones that you remember?
Oh, I remember. Well, we're increasing the fire rating in public halls. We're increasing the fire rating between the cellar and the first floor, which is most fires happen, and that's been improved. We're doing non-combustible elements along the stairs, double-layer sheetrock on the underside, and fireproof self-closing doors.
Right, okay. Thanks. Okay, anything else? All right, so I think we need 60 days. Let's see where that actually gets us.
If I may suggest, the last hearing in July, I think it's July 28th.
Yes. That you
Okay.
think that that's enough time for you to,
We could provide proof before that date of demolition.
okay. Do you think you could provide proof by, say, July 16th? That's a little tight.
It's a little tight.
Yeah. Well,
We can provide proof of demolition, maybe not reconstruction, but,
no, but why meet if you're just demolishing? We want to see it done,
okay.
right? There's no reason to be meeting
That's
again.
fine, that's
All the
fine.
work should be done, pictures of
Then
it.
let's do a date in August then.
Okay, so the first available hearing is August 18th?
That's fine.
Okay, so then submission on July 30th?
Fine.
Or we could do a submission on August 6th for a hearing on the 25th of August.
No, I think July 30th should be.
July 30th? Okay.
Right.
So for a hearing on the 18th
Right.
of August. Okay.
Does Mr. Bernstein get an opportunity to respond?
There's no response.
Oh,
No?
There's no response.
they're simply going to be submitting
Okay. No, I'm just-
drawings and proof of the work and photographs to show that all the safety measures are in place.
Right.
And to the extent nothing has been installed yet, then photographs of the installation so we can see that you've put in the...
The record is open if he wants to submit. He
Yeah.
can submit sometime before the hearing, preferably 2 weeks before the hearing, so the board has a chance to review it.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, 9514BA, 237 East 72nd Street, Manhattan.
Okay, this one we're just going to defer till next week, the May 19th, to give the applicant a chance to modify the drawings, to just add some notes, really, which I know they're going to be submitting literally like May 16th, sorry, May 18th, I think. He's back the 16th.
Right, I think
Right.
you said the 17th or 18th he's going to.
Yeah, so submitting May 18th, which is okay because it's just to add some notes on the drawings that weren't there. And he was on vacation. Okay.
Item number 5, 12814A, 47 East 3rd Street, Manhattan. She has to step up.
On a motion to grant?
Vice Chair Hinkson?
No.
Commissioner Montanez? No. Commissioner Otley Brown?
No.
Okay, on behalf of the applicant, I really appreciate and thank you for your consideration.
She just doesn't stay right there. Continued hearing items. Item number 6, 16714A, 250 Manhattan Avenue, Brooklyn.
Good morning, Jessica Rubenstein on behalf of Eric Platnick, PC. We attended yesterday's review session and we have prepared some responses to the board's comments. However, if the board prefers, you can begin with the issues you'd like to discuss first.
It's your show.
Should I just go through it? Okay. In terms of the appraisal, we apologize on behalf of Michael Vargas, the president of Vanderbilt Appraisal Company. He's unable to attend today's hearing due to a previously scheduled appraisal he had at 10 a.m. this morning. However, we notified him that the board was concerned with the fact that there was only one comparable for the commercial condo component, and we have an email from him where he explains why there was only one commercial comparable. He said that the reason for that is because actually no other commercial condo unit comp exists in the market over the past 2 years, give or take, and that the commercial condo units are often retained by developers or are sold as multiple units as opposed to single units, and this makes a direct comparison very difficult. And so individual commercial condo unit sales can be sparse or non-existent in a particular market area over a specified time. And that's what's occurring here in this location. However, he said if the board prefers or wants an additional comparable, he's willing to provide conduct another extensive research. However, this is what he came up with on his first go-around, so.
I thought we were okay.
You're okay with it? Okay, great. Then, in terms of the architect's letter, we had submitted a letter from the architect in which he describes that in order to comply with the R6B zoning, the owners would have to demolish the rear portion of the first floor perimeter wall, and to comply with the 2008 building code, the owners would have to demolish and rebuild the foundation shaft and reconfigure the elevator car. And the reason why the architect only described those two changes and we had provided more in the statement was really because we had, the architect had prepared prepared his letter in response to the board's concerns at the previous hearing, where the board had asked what changes would need to be made if the building were to comply with the current building code, along with the associated fees that go with that, as well as the changes with the R6B zoning. So that explains the differences between the letter and the statement. However, after listening to your comments yesterday, we understand how the board could find that confusing, and if you prefer to obtain a synthesized letter with all the losses that the owner would endure in terms of floor area, building height, commercial use, in addition to demolishing the rear portion of the first floor, we'd be happy to provide that letter as well. It's up to you.
No, I mean, I think it was just, it's a lot of it is when we're reading, it's confusing.
Of course.
So as long as the statement of facts explains, you can modify the statement of facts to explain why the architect's letter is only those two things. And then that you're picking up all of the other things. But I did have a question about the claim that the rear yard portion would have to be removed, because you could have a community facility, granted limited types, but you could have a community facility in the rear without having to remove it. So I wasn't sure why that was the thing that was said. There are certain things that are permitted. And then the other question had to do with floor area. Like, if you removed that portion in the rear, does that cure the floor area problem? Because the building would be overbuilt.
So the architect said that in response to your second question, it would not cure the floor area issue, it would not be compliant. In terms of your first question, we would need to follow up with the architect, and I don't want to say anything right now just because I'm not 100% sure, so we would like to follow up with the architect to provide a more adequate response.
Okay.
And then in terms of, we know that you raised an issue questioning how we determined hard costs versus soft costs in the statement. So the reason why we had submitted a revised statement of facts where we had changed certain numbers in the hard costs and soft costs was really because we had listened to the board's previous review session while preparing that statement, and you questioned how we determined hard costs and soft costs and why we had included the site prep as part of the soft costs. And in response to the board's comments and based on your recommendations, we had revised the statement to define hard costs as the most tangible parts of the building, such as the foundation, plumbing, furnishing, and we had defined soft costs to include items that were not readily as visible, such as architectural fees, taxes, etc. In addition to that, we had reallocated some of the hard costs and soft costs based on those definitions. And so we had moved site prep and demolition into soft costs, which is what we had believed was your recommendation.
Oh, not really. So that's...
Okay, so maybe we misunderstood.
So, no. The whole issue was that site prep, and when I say site prep, I don't mean excavation. I mean clearing the site, putting up a fence, that kind of stuff. That's done no matter what the project is.
Right.
So whether you've got a complying project or not, you still have to do the site prep. It's the excavation and the foundations which are specific to your project, right? So that, I think, that could stay in the hard costs. But I was asking whether the site prep costs belonged in the analysis of, irretrievable costs.
Just to note, the board has recognized even site prep costs, even though they're common, because it's a vested rights case, it is part of your substantial construction, even though it's not unique to the site. The board has in the past sometimes recognized that.
I stand rearranged.
Okay. Open to discussion, why not?
It would be different if it were a variance.
Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, what else did we have? I think that...
Oh, and we believe that Commissioner Montanez had asked about the impact of the yard text amendment. We spoke to the architect, and we don't believe that the yard text amendment has any impact on the project. We can also get a letter from the architect if you prefer, memorializing that fact,
Maybe
but,
he can just explain why it didn't have an impact. I think it's because it was still a commercial zone area until the rezoning.
right. Okay, so we
Just
can,
add that,
okay,
because there was another rezoning, actually.
right.
Okay. Okay, so, I think, okay, that's good. Are there any speakers on this? So I think if you just amended the statement of facts to clarify, to respond to these kinds of questions, including the yards amendment, including the appraisal, just those comments that you made, really, just put them in the statement of facts. I think we could close with this,
Great.
right? Okay, so for a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
So how much time do you think you need for that?
Not long, a week,
A week?
2 weeks?
No, okay, no, that's good, okay. So June 2nd is actually a pretty good time, I think. So let's go backwards. Can you submit by the 21st of May?
Sure.
Good,
Great, thank you so much.
thank you.
Good job.
What did
New
you
cases,
say?
item number 7, sorry. 257, 14A Grosvenor Avenue, Goodrich Avenue, Brook.
Girl, I don't think higher deities had anything to do with it. I think there was only one here.
You got it?
Last one was only one here.
There's one more. One more there, if you need it.
IUD. Do they still make those?
I don't know if that helps. Jordan Mose from Sheldon LaBelle on behalf of the applicant.
Take the microphone with you when you go.
This is a common law vested rights application, property located in Riverdale in an R12 district, in the Special Natural Area District as well, a 15-acre site with 15 development sites. The premises that is before you is now an 8-lot portion. It was rezoned back in 2005 and was the subject of a Department of Buildings vested rights determination at that point, where 3 minor developments had foundations complete. Those 3 are these 3 here, with the dark outline and the green, 10, 20, and 30. Lot 40 was the completed foundation for the major
Take the
development.
mic with you, Jordan.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Lot 40 was the completed foundation for the balance of the site. Subsequent to the 2005 vesting determination at the time of the rezoning, the application has been before the Board of Standards and Appeals, or this property has been before the BSA at least 4 times for extensions of time to complete construction under 11331 and 11332. This application brought now is under the common law, and we're seeking additional 4 years to complete construction for this project, or get as close to complete as possible. The 3 prongs of the common law standard are generally substantial construction, substantial expenditures, and walking around, and serious economic loss. A significant amount of money has been spent since the beginning of this project with respect to site preparation and infrastructure, somewhere north of $20 million. Houses have been built at a rate somewhere between 1 to 2 per year. The project experienced a significant slowdown in 2008, as have many projects, and we're here today to seek additional time to continue working. Work has continued fairly steadily over the years on the project, and the applicant hopes to continue moving forward with it. Happy to field any questions.
Yeah, we did actually have some specific questions. So the delay for completing the project, and
So-
there was a sort of tandem question with that, or are you coming here every 2 years to keep extending because it's one house at a time?
Well, that's the rate, they're big houses, they're expensive houses, it's a tight market in that, at that price point, the houses have been rented, and it's difficult to bring 5 or 6 of these houses on at a time. The way this project has proceeded has been income stream from houses that have been completed and rented have been part of the economics of moving on to complete the next house. I think the applicant is hopeful that, that lots 7 and 8 would be undertaken at the same time over the next year with an eye toward getting them complete for next fall. The market generally is a family market, and they try to complete houses so people can move into them before the school year. House 6 has had a significant amount of construction and may be complete, will be complete this year, we think. So that's the nature of of how this project has proceeded. I'm sure they would rather complete it as quicker if possible, but I think economics have dictated that this is sort of the only pace they've been able to move forward with it.
So what are the other, what's the projection for the other sites?
I would think within the 4-year period, they would all be completed is the hope.
Okay, that's the concept. Okay. And then the other thing, we had a question about the statement of facts that says that if you were forced to comply with the 2005 zoning, the per-house cost would require house sales values that exceed the marketplace.
Right, I heard that. So we can establish, and we'll show you some evidence of the Riverdale market and the nature that houses north of $5 million, certainly north of $6 million, that there are really no homes in that, at that price point, except for unusual and distinctive historic estates or unusual properties. So we'll provide you with information. We quickly looked that up and anecdotally see that those are sort of a rarefied market, and that not realistic for this property, for these properties.
And then there's also, you did this comparative site plan analysis, which we really needed to walk through because we didn't
sure.
understand.
So, I mean, I've handled many vested rights cases before the board, so we're talking about, I think you're talking about the illustration of loss set of diagrams. And what makes this application different, at least in my experience from many of the vested rights applications, is that the zoning change wasn't as many zoning, as almost all zoning changes are in the vested rights context, is a reduction in floor area. This is a much more complicated and nuanced zoning change that involved the elimination of a SNAD mechanism. Right. There was an application before city planning in the early 2000s for this property. It was an application for approximately 13 sites, for 13 homes to be developed. And so what we've done is, the first diagram is that layout, is the 13 site application that was submitted to city planning. That application was ultimately, and actually against the wishes of city planning, was rejected by the community board and rejected by, and then ultimately turned down. And with this application being turned down, it actually left open the option of pursuing an as-of-right option, which is the option that the applicant pursued. That was the element that was removed from the zoning resolution in 2005. The as-of-right option came out, which basically meant post-2005, you had to work it out in the SNAD context, which is the context in which we live today.
So that's the one that says current site plan as of
So,
right?
correct. So then so after the denial, the applicant proceeded with the second one, which is the current site plan, which is the one that's on the board here, which is the one that's, right, 2 of 4.
Okay.
The third diagram shows you that, so now the problem becomes is that the applicant has imposed its as-of-right action on the site. The site has been modified and changed, and all legally and pursuant to those original plans and all pursuant to permits. So the purple sites are houses that are complete. The ones with the 3 dots are the 3 minor houses, just to show you, because they're not part of this application. They're long gone in the vesting context.
But they affect the analysis?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. And the other, they're coming up blue on my screen, but anyway, the other,
Sure, that's-
those colors?
Right,
Oh,
we're
it's
looking at the
purple?
same
Nice,
thing, right? Yeah,
okay.
the purple on mine.
So those other ones, those other purple ones are completed houses?
All the purple ones are complete.
Okay.
And actually rented.
Okay.
Right.
So, and the point is that they're affecting how you arrange the other houses on the site?
Right,
Okay.
the regime has been, the scheme has been imposed on the site, and not just the houses, but the roadway as well. That roadway, that loop roadway and the cul-de-sac road, they are there. Those are there with curbs and drains and electricity, and all infrastructure is laid out in this, in that system. So then, what we did is in the 4th drawing,
With the yellow overlays?
is we imposed we just showed, if you compare the first one, which was the original approval, to what we're living under today, you have a very difficult scenario. Now, I'm not saying that that's exactly what would happen today, but I'm showing what was approved, because that's all we really have to go on. The approval, not was approved, sorry, what was submitted to city planning.
Not approved.
In '04, specifically not approved. But those are the yellow sites. So what we did is, I sort of showed, as best as I could, those yellow the original application sites that sort of survive in the context of the scheme that's been imposed. And and we wind up with just those 3 sites. Now, realistically, other things have changed on the site. Slopes have changed and other natural features have changed because they were allowed to change because of the as-of-right action. But we believe that even if, that would be the most dramatic scenario. If for some reason this case did not vest, the most dramatic scenario would be, well, you can only build on those 3 lots. And I don't know that that's, again, we don't know specifically if that's what would happen, but what would happen is, in all likelihood, that there would be less lots than under the as-of-right scenario.
Right.
And there would be significant modifications required to the site and the infrastructure. And possibly, although we don't believe so, possibly even some restoration of some natural features. But that's usually in the context of things that were not supposed to be removed. These were allowed to be removed. So that's what the table then, in my statement of facts, there's a table on page 14, this table. And what we tried to walk through is the green column, or the first column as of right vested, runs down the history and various costs and winds up at the bottom, if you will, at a per house cost. And that's where we are today. If we had to live under this 4 of 4 scenario with only 3 more SNAD houses, that would be roughly the per house cost at this 6.6. And then to play it out, what we did is we incrementally added a house. We added a 4th house, a 5th house, a 6th house, a 7th house, which is ultimately one short of the 8 remaining houses in the as-of-right context. And you can see that each of those houses is still, because of the nature of the application requires, or the nature of this project requires that the infrastructure costs be spread over these houses. So the fewer houses I have, the more infrastructure cost that gets allocated to the specific home.
But even with the 7
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, and even at the 7 home, it's a house that's obviously going to be more expensive than the application that's in front of you. And there is the other part that makes part of this application tricky is that there's I could never say with any certainty, of course, that the 7 home scenario is the one that would be workable, because I have no idea if city planning would go for the 7-home scenario. It's very difficult so really all we worked from was what we had that was, the only hard application materials that we had were the ones shown in that yellow diagram, which were the ones that were submitted and filed and really were going to be approved, I believe. I think city planning, there's probably an interesting history that city planning was strongly recommending that this application get approved because I think city planning knew that if it didn't get approved, the as-of-right context was going to have more significant impacts on the natural features on the site.
So city planning did approve, it was city council that denied, right? That's what
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
notes from your application.
right.
Yeah, okay.
And they strongly advocated, I think, to the community board to support the application because you don't know what's on the other side of this is maybe worse for you. At the end of the day, a lot of natural features have been changed. The site is, and the houses, I'm sure you've seen the pictures, they're very nice, they're very beautiful, they're different from what was originally there, but that's the reality we have today.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Thank you for your
Yeah.
explanation.
Definitely clarified the
Okay.
chart.
Yeah, I mean, the chart, it turns out the chart's really clear, but you
Yeah.
have to sort of know what you're supposed to do.
Exactly.
I confess,
manual.
I had to look at that chart again last night and really think about what I did when we did it, because it didn't jump out at me at first, and then it became very clear.
Okay.
So we're happy to submit materials to establish the sort of not viable price points at those higher price points, as you mentioned yesterday.
Okay, okay. Are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this? So I think that's really the only open question, and I mean, I think your testimony has basically given us the same kind of parameters, so that will just kind of round out the story. So I think then you could submit, we can close, and you can just submit that. Okay, so for a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
How much time do you think you need for that?
We can submit that pretty quickly, so.
In time
like-
for the June 2nd hearing?
Could we have would you schedule this for a decision date?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It would be decision June 2nd.
For June 2nd?
So
Sure,
in
yes,
other words,
yes.
but you need to submit it pretty fast. So the 21st of May, could you do that?
Sure.
Great.
May 21 submission with a June 2nd decision?
Decision, yeah.
Thank you.
Zoning calendar, decision items. Item number 8, 24813BZ, 1179 East 28th Street, Brooklyn.
Is anyone here for this?
Jordan, are you filling in?
Are you filling in for Richard?
It's a decision item, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Jordan Hose from Sheldon LaBelle on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, for a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 9, 26613BZ, 515 East 5th Street, Manhattan.
This one is just in tandem with the other one, so we're just going to defer decision, same schedule?
Defer to August 18th.
Yeah, August, right.
Item number 10, 28414BZ, 267 Pacific Street, Brooklyn.
Good morning, Jay Goldstein for the applicant.
Good morning. For a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Continued hearing items. Item number 11, 26413BZ, 257 West 17th Street, Manhattan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Frank Angelino on behalf of the application. Jeffrey Kaplan, who is the attorney for Brick, will present the description of what went on since your last hearing to date, and I call on Jeffrey Kaplan. Thank you.
Morning, Jeffrey Kaplan, Schwartzlevine Kaplan. At the last BSA meeting, and at the suggestion of the BSA, and in connection with Mr. Ginsberg, who represents the Board of Managers of the condominium above, we jointly retained a third-party neutral acoustical expert, Aramos, and we retained Aramos and their principal, Ryan Glotzbecker, to undertake an evaluation of the issues regarding the sound in the New York City Noise Code at the premises based upon the improvements to the floor and the ceiling, which we submitted on prior dates to the BSA, and you have the drawings for all of those installations already. Yesterday afternoon, commencing at approximately 1 p.m., Mr. Glotzbecker was present, along with Mr. Ginsburg, representatives from my office at my client's premises, and they undertook a comprehensive protocol, which Mr. Ginsburg and I devised, testing and obtaining measurements of sound at both the basement level and the first floor level of the premises. We're told by Mr. Glotzbecker that we will have the data and his report in approximately a week or less. We're asking him to get that to us as soon as possible. We specifically, Mr. Ginsburg and myself, required that our own individually retained acoustical experts be excluded from Mr. Glotzbecker's presence upstairs where he was obtaining data and measurements, because we're trying to avoid a situation, as we've unfortunately faced in front of the BSA up to this point, where we have Mr. Firestein's data and input, which obviously conflicts with Mr. Koch's data and input, and will continue until the resolution of this matter, I'm sure, to conflict. Of significant note, and what we're asking the BSA to do, is allow Mr. Glotzbecker to come in and give you his data and findings, and to comment on what he believes is or is not a violation of the New York City Noise Code at this point. I anticipate that Mr. Ginsburg will have a problem with this, but I submit to the board that the importance and the significance of allowing the neutral third party to come in and give his comments with respect to the code will avoid a situation where he just presents a raw data set, which again, Mr. Firestein and Mr. Koch are going to obviously argue about to the end of time. So I would ask that the board consider directing us and helping us and giving us some direction in that regard, in that respect, and I think that will go a long way in moving this matter forward.
So my first question is the gym now closed?
The gym is not being operated since the court
TRO.
ruling. That's correct.
Okay. So I guess my question is then, what do you need the board to do? Isn't your job to satisfy also the court that the gym is not posing a nuisance to the neighbors?
Well,
and is it the noise code or is it vibration that's actually at issue?
Well, certainly, we're not permitted to violate the noise code.
Right, but what about
Certainly, we're not
vibration?
permitted to commit a nuisance. The question
Right.
is, what is really a nuisance? And how you define that would be interesting to hear, because everybody probably has their own opinion about that. Our experts, Mr. Glotzbecker and everyone else, we don't believe we're a nuisance. We certainly don't believe we're violating the code, and we certainly believe that Mr. Glotzbecker's results, the neutral third party, which both parties agreed would be the individual to come in and take these measurements, will agree with us. Certainly, tremendous is not even the word, amount of effort has been put into designing a system which we believe works beyond 100% in alleviating any of the conditions which cause vibration or nuisance or a violation of the noise code. And we believe that Mr. Glotzbecker would be an incredible benefit to the BSA to come in and comment on that.
So I don't know if you were here yesterday, but we did talk about the drawings that were submitted that showed a lot of lifting stations on the first floor, many, like 70 or some number like that. And so one of the questions was, is it actually the intent that people be lifting weights in all of those lifting stations and then potentially dropping them at the same time? And the other part of the question is, we talked many times about apparently the cellar isn't as, say, reverberative as the first floor. Obviously, it's further away from the tenants. And why can't the lifting regime that includes dropping as opposed to lifting be moved to the cellar? That seems like that would be a more obvious solution. So I would like a response to that, but I do have to say that because this has been going on, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 9th hearing on this. That my inclination now is you've got your experts, you've got your lawyers. This isn't really a BSA job anymore for a while. The court has stopped the gym from operating, which was why the BSA, we were involved in so many hearings. And that until you and your experts and your lawyers in the court work this out, we should just take this off the calendar. You come to a good solution and come back to us and show us that all the experts agree, you did a great job, you put the pads wherever they're supposed to go, and you have the springs that are 10 feet off the ground, and there's never any reverberation or whatever the standard is that's acceptable to the third-party expert, which can't just be meeting code because it's a source of nuisance, right?
Well, we believe we've reached that point, and we believe that we're prepared to have Mr. Glotzbecker come in and deliver that message to you. He had only obtained the data yesterday, so he'll have his data in a form that's submittable to you, I'm told, in
Well, but I
less
know
than a
you
week.
believe it, but then the neighbors don't believe it, and so then, and we're only relying on reports that we get that they're shaking in their beds or whatever, right?
Well, the gym's not being operated, so there are no noise complaints.
No, but I mean, if the gym starts operating and it turns out that these lifting pads aren't doing what you
Mr.
expect them
Glotzbecker
to
will
do.
comment on the,
Right.
yesterday, the protocol that was designed incorporated all of the operations that would make.
Okay, so here's the
potential-
thing. I don't want the board to be a mediator. You already have lots of lawyers to do mediation.
I understand.
So I think that you need to go work this out until everybody is satisfied that the gym is caring for the sanity, ultimately, of the neighbors, because they have gone to extremes on this, right? And at the same time, the neighbors have to be reasonable. It's New York, and, you know, there are trucks, there is noise in general, and all that sort of stuff, but they can't be rolled out of their beds.
We understand, we don't believe they have been rolled out of their beds, and one of the
Well, they
problems is.
have been. The stories that we heard, we were hearing them woken at 5:30 in the morning, or whatever the times were, right? So, dishes rattling, things like that, right? So that was the case. So we haven't seen pads in place, we haven't seen those results, but I think it's not up to us at this point to work this out. You have acoustical and vibration experts, you have a court that's looking at this, and
Well,
court's not- right.
what the court ruling, in essence, did was gave it back to you because they said that, they didn't say we can't operate a gym, they said we can't operate a gym without
Without a
a
permit.
physical culture special permit, which only you can grant.
Okay.
So in a sense, the court did give it back to you.
Okay, so they gave it back to us, fine, but I'm giving it to you and your experts and all your mediators, and if you have to get a mediator to mediate amongst you and not two lawyers from two sides, so be it. Come to a resolution, because at this point, I'm having trouble believing that all of those stations with all of those lifting platforms and people dropping on tons of lifting platforms on that first floor isn't still going to cause something.
I can actually-
And we keep talking about the cellar and nobody's moving it to the
I
cellar.
would like to address your two questions, but I think it's probably better addressed by the individual who designed the floor, and the floor, just so the board is aware, was decoupled, and it does involve a design which actually involves the separation of each individual lifting station.
Yes,
So,
we saw, we have the drawings, we see that.
okay,
Yeah.
I wanted to address that. And also with respect to your question that you asked regarding the basement, it is our understanding that the activities of the basement are imperceptible to anything above.
No, I know the activities, but we're talking about the source of the complaint really is the drops, right? And it seems as if when there was testing done in the cellar, the vibrations were not perceptible on the second floor.
That was pre the new floor. The new floor, the results are, we believe, imperceptible on the first floor and on the basement level.
It's not really.
And that's a combination of not only the floor, but also the ceiling that was installed.
So your new consultant has done noise measurements as well as accelerometer measurements?
Well, actually, my consultant's here, he can speak to that, but we actually asked the neutral third party to be the individual to come in, and we
No,
specifically...
I'm talking about the third-party consultant.
Yes.
Has done both measurements.
I believe so. And he not only tested weight drop, he also tested for music, which had been in the past a source of contention, as well as the shouting or instructors' voices, which also was we addressed. We devised a protocol that took into account every contingency.
You know, for instance, these tests are done with one pad, one drop. And the way that I understand the class is there's several people, if not lots of people, who are simultaneously making noise. So it's not a real-life test. I'm always confused about these tests because, okay, it's one drop, maybe it's not so perceptible, but 10 drops simultaneously? I mean, I don't know how many people are in the
Floor
class.
system was designed with that in mind, and the individual lifting...
Was the testing actually done with that in mind? In other words, did
With
you
10
have
10 weights at the same
30 guys
time?
in the room and you run a class and you drop those puppies at the same time? Was that kind of thing done? Or did you merely have, one person repeatedly dropping in different locations or whatever? But
I'd rather that it was
did you
addressed by
simulate
someone
an
who was there to
actual
observe it yesterday.
class?
Because I don't think all the pads are installed, so I don't see how you could have done it with 10 puppies.
This is Jared Perlmutter, who is one of the principals, who can
Thank
more
you.
specifically address those specific questions.
Okay.
Morning, Jared Perlmutter. So first, to address the concern, there isn't 70 lifting stations.
But there's a lot.
Well, what we did was we designed the entire floor so that, so aesthetically, the way it looks right now, because it's not, the padding systems aren't in place in the entire area and covered with a final layer of flooring, it would look as if there's necessarily 70 stations. We don't ever have more than 25 people in a class.
Okay.
And then the reason the floor is laid out that way is so that if class wouldn't just be confined to one area. So there isn't lifting, I think there's a constant confusion on what it is we actually do. There isn't lifting every day. So these platforms are always there, but they're not always used. Like the time that barbells are used, what we test and what we're concerned with in the floor is the worst case scenario, right? And the idea of doing drop tests isn't because we drop. We've changed that protocol over time. As we mentioned in our new submission, we're not even teaching those classes on that floor anymore, that we've moved those into the cellar.
Okay.
Everything that's going on that main floor now is a fitness-based class, not using heavier weights, nothing heavier than 115. We started our tests yesterday at well over 200 pounds because we wanted to show at just sheer God worst-case scenario of how much room we have. But 115 is the limit. But that is not, we can show you what 30, 60, 90 days of programming would look like that we do for exercise, and you will see that it's not even multiple times in a week that these barbells are used in a position that could be dropped. That when we're using the controlled stations, the racks, the dropping is at a 1 percentile of a chance that it actually occurs, of which, with their presence yesterday, we tested that as well to show them that in that situation, we're still safe. We're still safe should there be a drop. And you'd mentioned, well, what happens if you test with 10 people dropping at the same time? Because of the way that we've changed our culture in the training, that wouldn't happen on that main floor anymore. That would be something that would be more pushed towards into the cellar. And the new flooring system is individually decoupled. So if there were 10 people, they are all interacting individually in their own station. So it's no longer a singular thing where one drop would affect 2, would affect 10 people dropping. We did that on purpose so that that wouldn't be an issue. So that by testing a singular platform, we are mimicking what the cause and effect would be.
Well, but actually, if you've got a platform, it's still distributing some of the vibration
Yes.
into the slab.
Absolutely.
Right? So if you've got individual platforms, a little bit of vibration distributing into the slab, then you've got, let's just say you had 10 people all of them lifting at the same time and essentially under the instruction of the instructors dropping whatever that means at the same time, then you could have accumulation of the 10 transfers into the slab, and that's the concern.
In theory, yes. The thing is that we don't do that. And so like, the analogy I've been using. We don't do that anymore. So like
Because you used to, right? We used to see images of it. The
Yes,
being
yes,
dropped.
there would be what would be considered dropping. We don't do that anymore. And so, with all due respect, I feel that with some of the confusion of what we actually do, we're like being pressured and being told like what, not by you guys, but like there's this confusion of what people think we do and what we actually do. And it's, we're trying to say, no, we serve hamburgers, and everybody's saying, oh, the Chinese food at your restaurant was really great. So we're a hamburger joint. We don't serve Chinese food. And it's because that's maybe what we used
The
to.
confusion is, that's what you used to do, no question that that's what people were hearing.
Sure.
About drops, right? So if you've changed out, and we don't see you in operation, so we don't actually know what you do, right?
Right.
When you say we don't do that anymore, where is it you don't do that anymore?
Entirely. I mean, we've changed the entire structure of what type of fitness we teach.
No, but what do you mean? You haven't been teaching for 2 months in the gym, right? It's been, or something.
Right, but we changed a lot of this even prior, but we've been going through this for so long that there's been a long time where we were able to convert and change the culture of what it is that we actually do. And so we've moved all of that, of what could potentially cause problems, into the basement, because even with the other party present, they recognize that the basement is the safe haven. And we submitted pictures, even in the East Village. We removed all lifting stations on that east side. We've taken away 50% of the area that was on that other side, and it's so to show that it's like just for yoga and basic fitness without any barbells or any heavier weights that are even in there that could cause and pose a problem. So what we did on that main floor was create a situation that in worst case scenario, we're still protected. Because the argument was, well, what if somebody accidentally drops? So we created the safety net for the what if.
That's what these platforms are.
That's what these permanent fixed platforms are. So they cannot be manipulated. They're there for safety reasons.
So during your testing yesterday, did you then do sort of a class simulation in the cellar or in the basement? What did you do that so that you could, get a real-time, real sort of,
The best we could do while closed is create a singular testing system in the worst case scenario using weight well beyond anything that we use.
So you only had like one person?
Multiple dropping, yes.
But you didn't really do what?
Simultaneous drops.
Simultaneous,
What
no.
would actually happen? Because one person, even dropping 200 pounds, right? I mean, if you just think of, you've got a box, you've got a building, you've got a little foundation. If I do, a point load, boom, down in one area, that's going to have a very different effect than if I've spread my load and I've got several point loads that are now going to,
Understood.
come down at a particular point. I'm going to have a different reaction on my foundation system and then up the sides of the building, correct? So the thing of it is that if you're only doing 1 point, that's not the reality of what you would actually be doing.
Well, it is,
So,
because
it
we
doesn't really-
don't
it's
drop,
confusing.
we don't drop. Like, we don't drop or we don't toss weight down intentionally. So you wouldn't have 10 people dropping at the same time. It wouldn't be synchronized, and it wouldn't even be, they wouldn't be in a position where accidentally they would just all happen to drop at the same time. Like, you would never have that situation occur. Does that make sense? Like, because it's not synchronized, so it's not like there's 10 people doing the same thing at the same time where accidentally 10 weights would drop at the same time. So that's why we created the situation that we did under our best understanding and with the people involved to create what we thought was the worst case scenario. Also, we are in a situation where we're closed, so we don't.
Right. Well, I'm sure we could say that we want the testing to be done in a simulated class situation, something that our council would issue and you could send to the court, and so that you're not in violation of your TRO, that we want a simulated classroom experience to be used for the testing, because otherwise, kind of what's the point? If it's just one at a time, we'll never know whether the gym is ultimately creating a nuisance. Right? So maybe that's what we should do. So I think what you should do is prepare for us the details about how the classes are being conducted, when you have which number of students and what it is they're doing. And then maybe what we do is create an opportunity for a testing protocol where you bring students in and you conduct a real few hours or something like that of a session. What do you think?
After the installation of the proposed floor,
Yeah,
of course.
right, after the installation of whatever the measures are.
The agreed upon
right.
measures.
Because I don't know about all 70, because if they're not going to work, you'll know if you have 10.
Well, I had some questions about
Right.
the layout anyway.
Right, okay.
The way you've
Yes, ma'am.
changed your operation plan, you've explained that you have 2 studios on the first floor. One you state is for the BX class, which I guess is the low-impact class. And you say that that's done on an elevated slab with new E-Core brand rubber flooring. Then you say that in the other lab, the B-Fit class, you are using barbells up to 115 pounds, and this has the new air-regulated flooring system. But on the plans you gave us, the air-regulated flooring system is across the entire ground floor. So I didn't know where these 2 studios were. That's what you gave us.
Oh, okay, there might have just been some.
So maybe you should give us some plans showing us what, so you didn't put
things
these air platforms across the entire ground floor?
Well, in the plans that we submitted, it might just be confusion on how the plan's being interpreted. The floor plan will show that the main floor that we call Central Park is under the new air system, and that the East Village is under a separate system. I'm sorry, it's what we call East Village,
But
it's
this
just the
is-
far east
But
flooring.
your operation plan was explaining this one location, right? And it says that there were 2 studios on the first floor,
Yes,
and which had 2 different flooring systems.
yes, ma'am.
So I'm asking you, did you install the air platforms across the entire ground floor? Or do you have 2 studios with 2 different flooring systems?
2 studios with 2 different flooring systems.
Then you have to give us accurate plans.
Okay, I'm sorry, the ones that I reviewed prior to submission actually had that on that, so I'm not sure if there was a confusion in what was submitted to you.
Well, then
You know what it is? That the plans that we have just show it as a big open space. So when you say there are 3 studios, we actually don't know.
Well, there's 2 on the
2
ground
on the
floor
ground floor.
and
We
1
don't
in the
know what-
cellar. We don't have a plan for the cellar level either.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm unprepared, I
And-
don't have a copy of that in front of me.
So
Is it
what
possible
you
to see
did there
it?
is you installed an elevated
Yeah.
floor, which you never had there before. You installed an elevated platform in the cellar, which was never installed prior.
Right.
You only had that on the first floor.
Yes, ma'am.
So you install that in the cellar, and then you put these air-regulated platforms on top of that,
On the sides of it,
on the sides of it.
yes.
I think you should really give us plans of what you're installing, and show us the studios, and show us what flooring is in each studio.
All that was submitted.
Well, we have the diagram of
So why-
those kinds of spring system. But it's true,
It
says
doesn't
a total of 176 air springs.
So you divide that by 4, that tells you
Right, how many there
platforms.
are. And it says lifting, and they're really kind of everywhere. And so we don't know which, if there's 2 studios on that first floor, the drawings
Well,
don't
that's
show
what
the
it
studios.
says in their operations plan, and the operations plan says you have 2 different flooring systems on the first floor.
We do.
So I really don't know where,
Is there a diagram in the submission that you have in front of you?
Yeah, there's a diagram, but it doesn't, it's
this,
this.
it just shows.
Would you mind if I
platforms all
approach,
over
take a
the
look at
place.
it?
Yeah.
Sure. It just shows platforms all over.
Oh, see, that is the singular room. What you're not seeing is this is another studio over here with the other system.
Oh,
Oh, there's
well,
another
that's not on the
studio?
plans.
Oh, this,
You need to put that on the plan so that
Because
we can
this
understand
looks,
exactly what we're
this
looking
looks
at.
like a door out to the street.
yeah, that's the door to the street.
Oh, okay, then you need to give us revised plans for the first floor and the cellar.
And maybe what would be helpful too is in those
Details
revised-
of the
yeah,
flooring.
Details of the flooring where that
Submit a
is.
spec sheet for
But-
what the rubber is, where we would.
But then also what you're doing in those studios, so that we understand that when you talk to us about, the
Right.
BX classes in this place, we get it. We look at it and we go, oh yeah, he puts the BX class in this studio, it's got that flooring, so that we totally understand. This way, it's totally open. We kind of had to discern which flooring system was which, because they kind of look the same. They actually look all contiguous, so it was difficult to sort of parse that out, right? So if you can manage to do that.
Yeah, just.
Right, I mean,
This is
you
one
know what you're
studio,
looking at, but you.
And then that's the
I
second
don't.
flooring, absolutely, I got you.
Okay.
Mark that as which floor.
And when you did the testing, yesterday, were you in the cellar or on the first floor? Okay. And you dropped 200 pounds on each floor?
Okay, so we need, obviously, we don't have complete details, so you need to give us the complete details on the layouts and what the activities are at each location and on each floor. But then, what council has recommended, so that we move on with this show, is that your council, opposition's council, everybody's council, calls our council, and you work out together the testing protocols to make sure that they will simulate actual classroom situations as opposed to one at a time. And if necessary, a letter would be produced by us so that you have it on, you can give it to the judge and say, we're not in violation of the TRO. And then we will.
I don't think it'll be necessary. Mr. Ginsburg and I can vouch for the fact that we can conduct the test, and we've been directed by the court in the past to be allowed access for that purpose. We don't have to involve the court in scheduling a test.
Do you agree on the protocol, though?
Yep, yeah.
We'll work that out. Certainly, we agreed on the protocol for the testing, which occurred yesterday rather easily, so I'm sure we'll agree on this.
Okay, good. Okay, so
work
maybe
for
you don't need that, but maybe, right, okay. So we're trying, the whole idea is we want to simulate what it's really like for brick to be operating, and we want the independent tester to agree that all the vibrations and noise issues have been addressed, and then we get the response, and then what we can do is finish this up at the next hearing.
Right.
Okay, so whatever the result is, that's how we go. So you better, and one of the reasons I'm saying that you guys kind of need to go work this out is if the testing reveals that there's still vibration and still noise, then those installed vibration isolators aren't quite doing the trick, and you need to improve on them, obviously. So we need to give you, right, so what we could do is, can we not schedule a hearing and then schedule it once this is all worked out?
We haven't heard from opposition yet, but we need to know how long they need to perform these tests and have the third party
Make the
evaluate
correction.
and make recommendations.
Right, but at the same time, I don't want to really be back here again
Absolutely
when
not.
they say,
No,
oh,
we
but we
want-
need to add more pads or
I
something
think
like
we
that.
should not be back until we have recommendations from the third party.
Right, how about we do that? We can easily calendar it, but the idea of you coming back and having to explain to us and all of that stuff isn't necessary, because we know what our goal is. We know you need to test in an actual classroom situation. You need the third-party expert to determine everything is great.
That's what
And
they want us to
then
do.
we can, based on that material, then we can decide.
So what you're asking, just to be clear, and I apologize for all the confusion, but I think over all the months, it's just become scrambled on what's actually happening here, so I apologize, I really do apologize. You're asking that we finalize full construction as to what it would look like if we were ready to turnkey open for operation so that we can mimic a class on both levels.
Yeah, I'm not saying you install all 176 springs and whatever many pads that is, right? I'm saying you install enough so that you can simulate a class, and then throughout the place, because you're also going to be doing some in the cellar, right? And then do that, have the third-party expert do the testing, and ideally, the third-party expert will say, great, those things work. Otherwise, they might say, you know what, you need different springs, or you need more pads, or something, right? Because it'd be terrible for you to install hundreds of these things, and all those pads, they must cost a fortune each one, and then it doesn't even work, right?
We're beyond the fortune point.
Yes.
We've been shut for 45 days with full payroll and rent on timely.
Yes, okay.
And you're going to do noise and vibration testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
So
So
you
what-
want us to work with the third party, with the opposing counsel on what the number of platforms would be that,
Well, no, we want you to, so you're going to have a schedule that shows us, like, what are all your classes and how many students there are in your classes, and then you will simulate that day. It doesn't have to go on for an hour, obviously, you're going to simulate 5 minutes of this kind of class and 5 minutes of that kind of class. Any of the noise, vibration producing classes, you'll simulate with the tester, and however many students that is.
what number would you like that to be?
No, it's based on you.
It's got to be an agreed-upon solution.
It's going to have to be agreed upon, exactly.
We're going to work that out, we'll work that out through council after reviewing a program that you submit to us. We'll do it in an expedited basis, and we'll try and have everything wrapped up very quickly. But let's hear from...
Yeah, we don't really know where the opposition is right this minute, so maybe we should hear from them on whether it's even possible that they can agree on a simulated class with simulated installations.
Right, okay.
And extrapolate. Maybe they don't believe that's possible.
Hi, good morning. Jay Ginsberg for the condominium of Levin and Glasser. Speaking for the condominium, we largely agreed with just about everything that got said today, and of course, we could work out a protocol. We would be okay with whatever their average number in a class is. I think he said 20 is the right number, and if they install 20 platforms, I think that would be fine with us. Testing did happen yesterday. We're eager to see what the data was. We agreed on a neutral expert, and I think that expert will serve us well going forward. There's just a couple of issues that I actually wanted to address. Firstly, as one council had brought up, we have no qualm with the expert submitting data sets to you and his findings. Ultimately, though, the question of does a specific data set violate the noise code is kind of a legal question. The board will remember that the issue of the noise code gives examples of violations, but doesn't say that those examples are specific and exclusive, because they're measured in the dBA range exclusively, and this was something that was a source of tension between my clients and, of course, the gyms. So while we can surely agree that we'll all be bound by the expert's data set, I don't intend and I wouldn't ask that a fact witness whose expertise is sound to offer a legal opinion as to what the code says about that sound. I think that's better addressed by the lawyers or the board themselves, because that's ultimately a legal question, not a technical question. Turning to the other issue that's in front of us, and this one is going to be a little harder to solve, and it doesn't involve anything that we've brought up yet, is you might remember Wilson Ehrig was here and other experts were here. This floor system that's been installed isn't theirs. They haven't owned it. In fact, they've created it. It doesn't have a track record. Nobody knows what this thing will be like 60 days, 600 days, 6 years down the road, because frankly, it's brand new. It's completely invented. So our hope is, of course, it passes the tests at least the day it's installed. One of the things we worry about is no one has any idea how wear and tear or what it will look like or how it'll function down the road. And there's nobody, at least none of the experts who have been here previously have come in and said,
These grants are assigned a term, and the term will reflect this concern.
That was where I was going. I do know that our expert had a few points he wanted to make. We'll keep it really short, because most of the points we had were well covered already in the discussion that was before the board.
2 minutes, because we've gone through this a lot.
Yeah, that's right. They're not going to be allowed to talk.
If I go over, just get the hook.
State your name for the record.
Alan Firestein, acoustolog. If I need a third-party expert in the future, I'm going to recommend the BSA. As far as the worst-case scenario, you're right, only one person was dropping a weight at the time for the test. The system may not perform as well when multiple platforms are installed. You got that right. Individually decoupled, they still all shake the same slab. As far as it being imperceptible upstairs, I was downstairs next to the weight platforms, and I was standing on the non-weight platform on the original slab. It was shaking. It was shaking when they dropped 175, 165, 155, 145, I'll keep going, down to 65 pounds. It was shaking my feet. I've never seen air shocks used for gyms. Shen Milson, one of their original consultants, opined that there would be no solution to this problem. Wilson didn't suggest this. Their consultant said he went through 50 different systems to come up with this idea. So it's an experiment. There's multiple ways the system can fail. It's powered by air. There can be leaks. There can be rubber fractures. There's supporting plywood, 2 layers of plywood supporting the system, which can start to fracture, which I've heard has occurred in other systems similar to this. But using springs, because springs is the simple way to go. There's nothing to break with a spring. If it's done properly on the proper base, it works. I'll tell you the way this works. It's really simple. You put a floating platform on a much, much heavier base. If the base isn't heavy enough, if the concrete isn't thick enough, then the new floating platform you put on top is never going to work. That's the problem with the first floor. You're correct, again.
Okay, so I
You're
think-
skeptical, so we'll
Yeah.
see what happens.
Right, so, that's the point, is, that's why I don't want them to install 70 of these platforms, because they might not work, and maybe the answer is you need to pour a thicker slab, or I don't know what. So, right.
I don't think you have to install 70. I think that's overkill.
Right, yeah, well, whatever their
Yeah.
concept is, that people move around, so that's their
Try and send this one out to
Okay.
August 18th, maybe?
Sorry again?
Let's try and keep this off until middle of August, at least.
Yeah,
so we
that'd
can-
be good.
Excuse me, for the record.
Yeah.
That's precisely why we agreed to a third party, because no matter what happens, you're going to hear testimony like that.
Right.
A third party will make an objective analysis of what the sound is,
Right.
and will be able to report to you. Now, we have the court basically handing this matter over to the BSA and saying, until we get the special permit, then we can't operate. And as a matter of fact, and I know it's overlooked, but there are 27 jobs at stake, not 27 part-time jobs, but real jobs at stake here. We have installed the ceiling, we've installed the platform, and we've had it tested. We believe that that test is adequate to tell what the cumulative effect would be.
We don't.
But you don't.
So we don't, so
And
we
we will,
need
we
to
will
hear-
put in
see
more,
it simulated.
to
Right.
put in more platforms is multiples of dollars. And we need to have a resolution of this case, one way or the other,
You will.
in order for us to move forward, one way or the other.
Well-
We started the hearing in July.
Mhm.
We're not, that's the way it is, July of 2014.
Right.
We're still hearing in May of 2015. We're trying to operate without having any attendance of any of the
But
participants.
Just to interrupt, the gym opened without a permit.
We understand
right?
that.
And the gym opened a very, sort of a
Unique.
difficult, unique, right?
intense.
Unique and intense and, let's just say, disturbing exercise regime, which I have read about on blogs and so on, is disturbing in a lot of different locations. So it knows in advance that this is the kind of operation they have. It's not a yoga school. right?
Understood.
So,
Understood.
So we don't really need to hear about this. If they hadn't opened without a
Understood.
permit, we would be in a different place. They wouldn't have had to spend all that money and then rip it out, et cetera, et cetera. And so let's just keep moving on.
Understood.
It's possible that the third-party expert will find that this isn't working, right, the proposal, because we have no idea, right? But we need them to decide, we need everyone to be in agreement that you're done. Otherwise, we can't vote to approve a nuisance, can't.
Understood.
Right?
And for the record, and I'll make it for the record, we've been in operation, they were in operation from August 2013 until 2 months ago. There has not been one complaint about noise. There has not been one documented.
What?
There's been not one complaint to a city agency and a documented noise complaint.
Sorry, we had lots and lots of testimony from neighbors who were miserable.
I understand, and that's
That's
subjective.
all the
I'm
complaints.
talking about objective standards. There's been not one complaint lodged against this gym. And
Sorry,
if there is, I'd like to see it.
Let's not go there, let's not go there.
Well, that's what the
The
record.
court disagreed with you, let's just put it that way,
Well-
okay? And anyway, we
Counsel,
have lots of
let's wrap this up and
testimony
have our
from neighbors.
Okay.
Right,
One more thing
So-
from Jared Perlman, really quick.
yeah.
Gerald Promoter. So then if I could ask, we're going to do everything that's been asked. We'll set up the test scenario and make sure we do this to appease everyone so that we can move forward, because all we want to do is get open.
Yes, I know.
Yes, please. Is there a way that we could ask that if we set up the cellar, because the cellar level, the general platform area is ready to go, it's on a smaller scale, it's not as large of a room, we can get that place laid out to 100%, installed, finalized, tested by a third party. Is there a way where we could agree if the cellar level were to be completed and tested and approved by both sides and third parties and everyone else that it worked, that we could get a conditional permit to allow us to operate out of the cellar in a conditional situation and only in the cellar level, so that we could at least get partially up and running to save the patient in just the cellar?
Unfortunately, so why don't we, if
they
that
should-
scenario that he described
Yeah,
came to
has-
fruition before the first floor was finished, then I can
Right.
imagine the board allowing some.
I mean, for instance, to make it really simple as a concept, not that this is what brick does, but, you know, if the cellar were where you did all of your lifting and where all the drops that might occur, then, and the cellar was isolating properly, which the acoustical engineers all agreed was doing the job, and the first floor were used for things like bicycles and yoga and stuff that's kind of normal gym-like stuff, and that was the operating plan, it'd be a completely different conversation here.
Well, that's
Right?
where we're trying to get to.
Okay, so.
We are trying to get there.
If you wanted to show us a plan that shows on that first floor treadmills and bicycles and exercise equipment and all that sort of stuff, it'd be a different application, right? And weightlifting stuff in the cellar, right? No?
I think we can reserve a response to the
Yeah.
applicant's question
Yeah, I
until our
think
next.
he presents a
hearing.
situation that has so
Yeah.
many ifs that I don't think we can comment on at this point.
Right.
Understood.
Okay.
So,
Well, it sounds that if you could get the cellar up to snuff, and you could do a simulated class and test, in the cellar and test it with weight drops, and if that turned out to be okay, that would go a long way towards,
But that doesn't have to do with anything on the first floor, which
Right.
so far hasn't proven to be appropriate for the use that it started with, right?
in that kind of situation, we'd probably say you can do no weight drops on the first floor.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So council will work this out. I think what we'll do is we'll take this off the calendar so you can easily call and say, here's all the material, let's schedule a hearing for 2 weeks from the day we submit. That's better than coming back and going through all this agony each time and you still haven't gotten anywhere.
Great.
So let's do that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Off calendar.
Thank you.
and then attorneys for both sides, let's just chat very briefly, please.
Great. Next item, please.
Item number 12, 5114 BZ, 1369 East 28th Street, Brooklyn.
Every time. Hi.
Good morning, Louis Garfinkel, applicant.
Something small to discuss with us?
Well,
Okay.
So I understand the first issue you mentioned yesterday was regarding the existing portion of the building that's remaining. I still, my argument, in the, there is no definition in the zoning resolution of existing, as we know. I compared it, I
No,
figured.
but where's the connection to the word existing? That's not what 7360.
As enlargement of an existing building.
The building is the part.
No, a building. It doesn't need, there's no, in zoning, you don't need the word existing because the word building is defined.
It doesn't use the word existing in that
No, it's
section?
an enlargement, talks about What's the line?
I thought I have-
No, it's an
I-
increase in
Area
floor
of
area.
an existing building.
I believe it's, I stated here, enlargement of an existing single and two-family residence.
No, it's actually, which is in addition to the floor area of a building. That's what an enlargement is. Right? It has to be an
The word-
enlargement, which is a defined
The
term.
enlargement is,
Is a defined term.
okay, and that, you say that
And
again?
when you go to the definition of enlargement, it's an addition to the floor area of a building. And the building is a defined term, which is
Right.
defined as having one or more floors and a roof.
You've got to have a building.
I looked that up, I just didn't,
Need building to enlarge,
so it's an enlargement of floor area to an existing, to a building.
to a building, right? So you don't need to know about the existing thing, you know that it's a building. And a building
So
has
how
one
much-
or more floors and a roof, and when you demo it, no more floors, no more roof, nothing.
The argument, the issue here is when we're not completely demoing it, and if I was to leave a first floor structure,
That's different.
it's still not floor area that's being left. It's also not, if I remove 50% of the exterior walls, there's no floor area left of the
there is
building at that
actually.
point.
There's
I-
50% of the exterior, because that's the definition of when you maintain the structure, right? The removal, what constitutes a total demolition is a retention of 50%.
Right. That's actually a building department.
No, it's actually zoning.
Well, the board has actually had hundreds of cases on what you need to retain in order to still be a building that you can enlarge.
Right.
And you've had these.
I've had,
You've
yeah.
retained walls, you've shown where it's gonna stay and what's
Yeah.
gonna go, and how do we reconcile that with what you wanna do, which is to take down all the walls and leave only the foundation?
Well, if you're telling me just to look back at those cases, I mean, those cases where it was convenient to leave those, it was no.
No, it was
because-
required to
No,
leave
it's
those. It wasn't
required.
convenient.
No, I'm trying to say to establish, you're asking me like why I left those on my other project, because, okay, it was convenient, we did it.
Well,
Here we have a
It's not
prefab
about
structure.
convenience, though. It's about a
It
requirement.
would be, it's
So-
inconvenient to leave the walls, it's required to leave the walls.
Okay, I meant to say to receive the special permit,
Okay. So.
we had
so
no
you see
issue
where we
to
are.
to comply.
Right.
But here we have, as we know, a prefab home, it's,
Right.
that's the struggle.
So I don't-
I'm delving into the definition of when you leave a structure, what's considered existing versus not existing.
A floor.
And to me, when I, looked into the vesting cases, they're saying black and white,
Different.
even if you have a half a foundation,
Yeah,
you substantially have, it's as though you're grandfathered, and you can
You're
receive your
comparing
existing.
apples to oranges.
Right, it's a
It just
different
isn't-
standard.
It's just not relevant. It's when the law is changed on you and you're caught in a zoning change. It's not when, it's not when you have an existing building and you want to enlarge it.
But I'm saying when you're looking in the zoning resolution to establish what it does existing mean, and there is no defined term,
No,
I look there, that's all,
And you'd like us to be looking at existing, but the fact is we look at building, and this board is well-established precedent on what we look at and what we require. And so even though you want to put a prefab building on there, we don't see how you get there without termites or some other disaster that requires you to take down the entire structure, because it's the only cases that we
There's
have.
always been a mitigating circumstance when we ask, an applicant to remove a portion that would have been required to establish that it was an actual building. There's always been some real.
I'm aware of that.
Like termites or something like that. In this case, it's convenient for you to remove everything that is not going to be incorporated into this new structure of yours. And not taking anything away from the new structure, I particularly think it's a great idea.
Nice building, it's
Yeah.
But the
idea.
problem is that how are you going to make that comport, how are you going to make that structure comport with what your requirements are? So you have to make an argument to us around that, not just it's
So-
convenient to remove the walls.
So what you're saying is that there's been the past precedents is that, other than the past precedents of the board accepting cases where you've left a little more than what I'm leaving, one wall, whatever it is,
Well, it's not
you're
just
saying
one wall.
that's what the board is telling me now. But in terms of logic or understanding delving into the reason for it, I don't hear,
No, No, no.
An accurate explanation.
The reason is that the text is very clear that it applies to enlargements.
That's
a defined term, right? An enlargement is an addition to the floor area of a building, a defined term. And a building is defined as having one or more floors and a roof. So when you have no floors or a roof, you have no building, right? So because you're like removing the whole thing, and the only thing that's left is foundation, which doesn't count as a floor. It's just the foundation. So.
I looked at that, I just didn't.
Okay,
let me look at it again.
you know, if I were to go really back in history, I know the board has a very long history of dealing with this, but I go back in history, the original concept where the board was still trying to learn how to apply this rule or this regulation, and city planning said, when it's a total demolition, it doesn't count. You can't use this on total demolition. So, and that's what you're proposing, and I think prefab construction is cool, and the house is actually good-looking, and all that, so it's a total drag, but what can I say?
Well, it's not a total demolition, I mean,
It is a total demolition, you're removing the floors and the roof.
if I was to apply a building department, they would not require a total they require a partial demolition permit, but not a full demolition permit.
Well, we also have case law that says that we're not bound by, in fact, we shouldn't be bound by what DOB determines the type of application is fine.
So DOB is letting you file this as an alt?
Well, I'm currently, they gave me the objection as well, and we're currently waiting for a
That's a hard
determination.
That's an alt.
On that.
Yeah, because you don't actually even need probably that foundation for this prefab. It's in the wrong place, right?
Well,
Your building's wider.
okay, but
So you don't even need the foundation. You're just burying it, basically, right? You're not going to use that foundation.
I understand.
In
Well,
no
that's-
way is this an
yeah.
enlargement of the building that's sitting there today, if we can speak frankly.
Depends on your English, you know, I mean, it's an enlargement of
Just
an existing
regular-
building.
the
It's-
King's English, I think.
It's no different, I mean, than, I don't know.
We had a case once before in Manhattan Beach where the building was completely gone. They came back and built an as-of-right building, got a C of O, and then came to us for a special permit without really completely finishing the exterior. And then we gave them a special permit. Nobody had ever moved in. And that's really the only way to do it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, but.
Yeah, I know.
We're constrained.
And, right, and the
It's
thing
true.
is, all of those kind of, I have to say, sort of strange concepts that we see done, where people are retaining joists that are kind of flying in the air, it's still 50% of the floor area, you know, because they're being extended another X number of feet out and so on. It's still retaining floor, so at least you can sort of believe more that there's a building there that's being enlarged. Here, you've wiped out everything. There is nothing, there's no ghost even of the building.
Oh, it's a full foundation, so if somebody was to say to you, they've enlarged an existing building and the foundation's remaining versus some more joists, I don't.
Foundation isn't floor area. Foundation.
Okay, I understand that
You can't
part.
live
I
in the
understand
cellar.
that
It's not
part.
a residence. You can't live there when it's just a cellar. You can't.
Okay.
Especially if there's no roof on it.
Right. I don't know how we get there with this prefab, I'm sorry to report, unless the prefab is built on top of something to do with the first floor. Like, what about, I don't know.
Yeah, I actually had, well, that was you know what, I wanted to come in the right way. You know, I mean, no, I actually had a thought, I actually had a drawing, actually, I think I gave it into the building department, where I left the floor joists existing and put the prefab on top, which is possible to do.
It's ridiculous, I admit.
That's why I didn't,
It's
come in here with that,
Yeah.
but, I figured, that I had an argument and that I would, but should I,
I
what
think
do
you
you
need to
think?
fit this within the previous approvals that you've received from the board.
You've done a lot of these, see if you can make it look more like those.
The difference would be on this one with that, from the other ones, that the other ones have like one wall, like on the right side or the left side standing up. This wouldn't, I could leave the floor
Ever
joist.
authorize just one wall. So
Yeah.
I don't, you'll have to give us the drawings if that's been authorized. I don't.
Well, that's not gonna help me here anyway, but in this
Well,
case, I could leave the floor
analytically it can
joist.
help you.
I could leave the floor joist, that's not a problem, just raise up the building a foot, and structurally.
Usually there's a wall and the joists extending, and even little things on the corner. You see the form or shape of the house, and then it gets enlarged in that direction over there.
You have to leave something to enlarge.
Yeah.
Figure out how.
That's the debate, because I keep saying I'm leaving
Yes,
something, you
well, I
say I'm
think
not.
the debate's actually over.
No, I know, I think it's something, I just say, I don't,
And then the other problem that you have, because this prefab obviously comes in one size, is that you're reducing the size of the side yard, because you can't rely on a bay window to establish your side
See.
yard. It's a permitted obstruction in a side yard.
talked about, it's a little more than a bay window, if you look at the existing plan, it's actually going across 2 rooms, it's completely floor
But
area.
it has no foundation.
Has no foundation, correct, but that doesn't,
So you're reducing the size of the side yard. We're not even allowed to do that.
well, right now, it's that side yard is 3 feet. It's
No, it's
non-compliant
not
at that
3
point.
feet, because that part doesn't go down to the foundation, and anyway, yeah, we don't even have the authority to do it, so.
Oh, but I've had cases where I actually would write on my, state facts and findings, let's say in this case, and I would write the existing side yard is 4 feet, and I get a call from, Henry, or, no, you put down 3. I mean, I've had similar cases where he said, no, you got that little piece. So technically, it's a non-compliant side yard at 3 feet. So.
Well, it's a non-compliant side yard at 4 feet with a little bay window that's a permitted obstruction in
window.
it. Or a little flying, I don't know what, that's a
Foundation.
permitted, it doesn't have a foundation.
The wall's got to touch the ground, right? Actually.
So, yeah, I mean, this might not be the right spot for a prefab because the size of the lot is too small and the size of the existing building is too small. Or you have to go back to the prefab guys and say, help me with this. Right? I'll bet the prefab guys will have some ideas too.
No, they could customize. It's not, this is a customized building. It's not,
Oh,
it's
it's
not something that,
customized.
it's from a catalog that,
Okay.
putting on East 28th Street. It's custom. It's completely custom. Just the owner would rather go this way, even though, of course, maybe comparable, but he just, there's advantages. So,
So you have some,
then you mentioned about the rear yard study, showing the house to there was one house
yeah,
that
it's
wanted
really
to.
just, this is very unusual because your yard goes against the schoolyard, so you've got a big vista and the neighbor to one side has the same. But if you could look at what point are you impacting the neighbor to the other side who would be looking through your building if you extend too far back, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that would be another thing.
Right.
And then I think there was also a comment about the front yard reduction.
Right, that you have like 3 terraces from the first, second, and third floor, and I just felt the first floor terrace, which encroaches like 6 feet into the front yard, which is already non-complying,
Okay, yeah.
was not in the neighborhood character.
Okay, so we can remove the porch, but we have to get past the existing
Right,
issue.
you
I
have a
understand.
big hurdle with
Yeah,
that.
right.
But just, to
Yeah.
just keep up with the, also, just wanted some support for where you got your data on the heights of buildings in the neighborhood, like, is that from
Well, this,
Oasis, like,
Well-
where did you get that?
no, if you look at this streetscape, there are a number of buildings that are built similar to our building. There's, let me see which one that was. It was our proposal, 1369. So all the houses on the left are the same height. So we measured, we physically measured our building.
Right, your building, but
Yeah,
what about the
but they're
other
all-
building?
If you look at the design of those buildings, they look like they're all built in a row, and they look similar in height, so I just,
So you're saying they were all built like
presuming-
by the same developer,
Yeah.
and therefore they're all the same house? That
yeah,
kind
I
of
looked at
thing?
them, they're all,
Okay.
so the ones on the left for sure, that we know, so
Okay.
that's how we did that.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then for when you figure out how to make a case for how this is an enlargement.
Right.
Then the other thing is your statement of findings needs to be improved. It's very weak and you have to go through the 7303 findings. Those are the general special permit findings, right?
Okay.
Right, and tie in the data that you're submitting, like the streetscape study and your yard and all that stuff, into your findings. And we never got an isometric.
So I have one here, I don't know, maybe it must have
It
been,
just must not have loaded or.
didn't, didn't get uploaded somehow.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it-
Well, next time we'll.
make sure
Sure,
it's
yeah.
in there. And what else? Additional planting also, we talked about at the front?
Yeah, just at the front yard.
I think I showed it again, but now for sure I'll have plenty of room anyway. Yeah.
Okay, so there's stuff to improve the application, but obviously you have a first hurdle
Yeah.
that's way more significant.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know, maybe we take this off the calendar until you figure this out, and then you can submit to us and, because it's going to take you a while, you're going to have to talk to the prefab
Okay.
guys, okay? And then when you're ready to submit, just give a call to Henry, and he
Okay.
can put it back on the calendar.
No problem.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Take care.
thank you.
Goodbye.
Item number 13, 12414BZ of 1112 Gilmore Court, Brooklyn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Frank St. Jacques from Sheldon LaBelle for the applicant. We submitted a new set of plans showing that the basement is now going to be filled pursuant to the flood compliance, DOB's flood compliance regulations. This was based on new survey information that we obtained prior to submitting those plans. We don't believe that the board has any further questions. I'm happy to answer any if
I don't think we had any other questions. No, I think we could even close vote on this. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That would be excellent.
Yeah, I think so too. So for a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
For a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hinkson?
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Item number 14, 20414BZ, 55 White Avenue, Brooklyn.
Frank St. Jacques, Sheldon LaBelle for the applicant. We had submitted a letter requesting an adjournment. We had requested June 4th for a submission and a June 16 hearing date, if that's amenable to the board.
I think the 16th is packed. 24th?
Yeah, the 24th.
24th, it's also packed, but because otherwise it's not for a long time in in July. So, okay, let's,
The 24th also works for the applicant if that's makes
Yeah.
things easier for the board.
yeah, so for the 23rd, not 24th. It's a June 4 submission for June 23rd hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, 32414BZ, 198-30 Jamaica Avenue, Queens.
This one also, they asked to adjourn. They said they wanted 2 weeks to submit, but again, let's see if this one is, we have so much, let me see. This one, oh, we were just waiting for some photographs, so that one we can also, okay, so that one, I think we can do that same kind of thing for June 23rd,
So
with a submission on June
4th.
4. Yeah.
This concludes the morning calendar. We'll resume at
Good thing, Justin.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's perfect.
1 o'clock. Wow.
The system works.
So early.
Yeah, we were zooming through these except for Brick.
John and I are going to go to break.
You're going to go to Brick?
Mike. Back on the record. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 12, 2015. This is zoning calendar, new cases. Item number 1, 23314BZ, 4545 Center Boulevard, Queens.
Oh, this one, sorry.
Postponed.
Yeah, there's nobody here to speak. Okay, so we're going to adjourn this.
Postpone it.
Postpone it until such time as we think it might be necessary to continue or withdraw or something like that. Okay.
Item number 2, 26014BZ, 100 East End Avenue, Manhattan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Howard Goldman, representing the applicant. The Chapin School is a 750-student, all-girls school. located on the Upper East Side. It was founded in 1901, and it's been at this location since 1928. It was originally one building on East End Avenue. A second building was purchased sometime thereafter, and then the two buildings were connected by a middle structure sometime thereafter. So it's really an agglomeration, if you will, of three buildings. The school is divided into upper school, middle school, lower school, serves grades K through 12. We have a brief presentation today. I'll be followed by Dr. Patricia Hayo, who is the head of school, who's going to briefly address the programmatic needs of the school. And then Dr. Hayo will be followed by the architect, Paul Drago of NK Architects, who will basically walk you through the proposed design and answer as many of the questions that were raised at review session as he can. The whole team has been briefed on the commission's questions, and we're prepared to address them. We also have in the audience a number of experts. Should the commission have any questions, we have the construction people, we have the environmental people, we have the structural engineers, and educational experts, should the commission have any questions about that. So, by way of overview, I was at review session yesterday, and I just want to address what I think are the key comments that were raised yesterday. The first and most important, obviously, is what's the size of the gym that's required? What is the minimum size requirement? And the answer is the size requirement is established by an organization called the National Federation of High Schools, which is a national organization that promotes standards that are used nationally. The minimum court size is 50 by 84, and there has to be a 10-foot buffer on all four sides of the court, so that the total dimension of the court plus the buffer area is 70 by 104. That's the dimension, the minimum dimension, and that does not include any seating for spectators or things of that nature. That's just the court itself, and that's applicable equally to basketball and volleyball as well. Alternative locations for the gym, alternative configurations for the gym. The school has been looking at this for a long time. The original scheme, which goes back a few years now, was to put the gym in the mid-block in the R8B district because it would reduce the overall height of the enlargement. We actually discussed this scheme with your predecessor chair, with the staff, and they felt strongly that the enlargement should be located in the R10A district to the maximum extent possible. And the school took that very seriously, and they went back and they studied how to do that and the degree to which they could actually accomplish that. And the current scheme is a direct outgrowth of that effort. The gym is located largely or close to entirely within the R10A district, which has a 210-foot height limit, but there is a 25-foot encroachment into the R8B district, which the architect will explain to you exactly why that is necessary and unavoidable. A portion of that encroachment is required for code-required egress, and a portion of that encroachment is required for the gym itself to meet the minimum dimensional requirements. If we could make that encroachment go away, we would, but we have been unable to do so. And then I know the commission is very interested in what are the alternatives to the current scheme, and we will discuss those also. The alternative of locating the gym 100% within the R10A, possibly by rotating the gym by 90 degrees, was studied. We'll show you. The possibility of locating the gym completely within the existing building envelope without enlargement was looked at. The possibility of locating the gym in the cellar without an above grade an enlargement was studied. And the school even looked at off-site options. I know because I looked at several sites for them, and none of them were satisfactory. So we will also discuss that. So just in a nutshell, the enlargement itself, there's really two pieces to this, right? There's a 3-story enlargement. 2 floors in that enlargement are devoted to the gym and the athletic support space accessory to the gym, and 1 floor in that enlargement is devoted to the performing arts, specifically music and dance, which the school has little, if any, dedicated space for currently. So that's the space within the 3-story enlargement. And then, of course, when by building the enlargement, some space within the school is freed up to be used for other purposes. Specifically, there is an existing gym in the school that will be no longer required to be used as a gym. It will be turned into 2 floors by putting in an interstitial floor. And within that space, the school is able to provide a number of upper school classrooms, space for science, technology, engineering, and math activities, and a nurse's station to replace what is currently an inadequate situation. So there's the enlargement, and then there's what can be done by virtue of the enlargement within the school itself. The other comments that were made at review session, we will deal with each and every one of those. We will clarify the zoning waivers that are required. We are looking at that now. We will clarify the height study that we undertook and make those changes. We will refine the noise analysis to respond to the Commission's questions, and we will revise the facts and findings to discuss the A finding as well as the C finding. All of those things will be done. So that's a very brief introduction. I just want to point out, if I'm capable of it, this table appears in the programmatic needs study, which I know all the commissioners have. This is a summary table, which I find very useful. The left column talks about the program that is at issue, whether it's athletics, performing arts, classrooms. The next column talks about what's the programmatic need that the school has. The next column talks about why there is currently an inadequate situation, what the problem is. The next column discusses how that problem is proposed to be dealt with, and then the last column shows the zoning waivers that arise out of that. So in terms of big picture overview of programmatic needs, I just recommend that the Commission take a look at this chart. So having said that, let me call up Dr. Patricia Hayo, who's the head of school, to talk about the programmatic needs.
Thank you, Howard. Dr. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Patricia Hayo, the head of Chapin, and I'm very pleased to be joined by my colleague, who's the associate head of school, MJ Quigley, who has been working very, very closely on this project over many, many months as well. And together, on behalf of the entire Chapin family, we want to express our appreciation to you and to the BSA and to your staff for the opportunity to present here today. As Howard Goldman said during his introductory remarks, Chapin's application for a zoning variance to address critical programmatic needs and is to provide young women and girls of our school with a regulation-sized gym, as he mentioned earlier, and classrooms for performing arts, as we mentioned before. About the need for the regulation-sized gymnasium, Howard mentioned some of these things, but I will be brief. The last several decades have seen a dramatic increase in the number of young women and girls who participate in athletic programs. And nationally, as revealed by a study by the National Women's Law Center, female participation in high school athletics has increased by 900%. And since the early 1970s, and at Chapin, we've seen a similar dramatic rise in athletics and interest in athletics and being members of teams, and now 75% of our students participate in some form of athletics. The athletics spaces at Chapin were designed in an era that is far, far different than today, and while Chapin has undersized gymnasiums, and they were sufficient perhaps 30, 40, even 50 years ago, they are clearly not by today's standards, and in fact, they fail to meet even the most minimum requirements required by competitive student athletic leagues. And we have similar needs also within our school in the area of the performing arts. As a result, Chapin must limit the number of students who wish to pursue music and dance, and we are unable to offer full programming in these disciplines, as these slides indicate. We have addressed some of these issues. Howard mentioned the National Federation of High Schools and the standards that they require. We are now prohibited from holding tournaments at our school, and home games can be held only by exception. And we have insufficient performing arts space, as I mentioned. The following slide indicates what our classroom needs are. Optimal use for classrooms in the United States is about 87%, leaving flexibility for lunch and students being off campus and so forth. And at Chapin, we average about 93, close to 94%. That eliminates almost all flexibility in our scheduling and in our ability to hold longer classes, which we know through today's research on learning and teaching is often a very, very useful and effective way of having the kids be engaged more in hands-on learning. And we're limited in those possibilities. We mentioned STEM as well. This repurposed space, as Mr. Goldman mentioned, will allow us to create classrooms internally, and therefore we've been very thoughtful about how to use that space to its maximum. We have an existing cafeteria that is underserving us and has been for quite a few years. We start lunch around 10:45 in the morning, and sometimes those lunch periods don't end until about 2 o'clock. The nurses' station is one small room with a little antechamber to provide just the minimal privacy, and we are seeking to address that as well. So before Paul Drago, who's the principal architect with NK, who's with us here today, comes forward to describe our project in detail, I wanted to focus on our dedication to the community. Chapin has and will, if this project is approved, continue to be deeply engaged in our community. We have been in the community since 1928, and I want to just tell you a little bit about what we have done to date in this regard. We have actually held 5 town meetings. The most recent one was on April 29th, and the earliest one was almost a year ago in May 14, to talk to our community about what our project need was. We, in addition to that, presented expansion proposals to Community Board 8 on 2 occasions. We met with the 84th Street Block Association, the Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, and we have met twice now with Council Member Ben Kalos. I would also like to note that our proposed Construction Coordinating Committee will meet to discuss a range of project-related issues as needed, such as our construction schedule, are important milestones, noise levels, as well as traffic issues. And effective next Monday, which is May 18th, we will have launched a new student drop-off at 84th Street and York to mitigate traffic congestion on East End Avenue and on 84th Street. We are now employing the support of our parent community in that. In addition to community engagement going forward, we have provided a contact access number that will be responded to 24/7. We have on our website a site that will provide updated information and work hours and so forth. And we have a community advisory board that will meet quarterly with our neighbors and with community board 8 members to establish that will be established post-construction. Our facilities will continue to be open to our neighbors and local organizations. And in closing, I just want to say how dedicated Chapin has been and will continue to be a thoughtful partner in all of this. Each year, we have welcomed numerous neighborhood groups into the school to host educational after-hour programs, school-based learning partnerships with our students, and general community meetings and forums. In the past year, for example, we have been pleased to host civic and neighborhood groups, including various community boards, Community Board 8, Carl Schultz Park Conservancy, the 84th Street Block Association, Harlem Academy, our Pledge to Protect, and Early Steps, amongst others. And if our proposal is approved by this board, the school will continue to make Chapin's new facilities accessible to our community members as well. Over the past year, we have worked diligently to find appropriate and feasible solutions to these needs that I have outlined, and now I would like to turn it over to Paul Drago, who's our principal architect.
Before you do that, I just have
Please.
one question.
Please.
With respect to the gym, I know that it's stated in the statement of facts that it's important for the school to have tournaments on site. Could you explain why that's important as opposed to going to somebody else?
Well, there's a home court advantage, clearly, there's a sense of spirit in our community. Right now, and really that's one aspect of it, because the tournaments come at the end of an athletic season. But really, probably the most important thing for us is to be able to host home games. And the idea, and you're going to hear from various other speakers this afternoon about the steps that we have taken to look at off-site solutions, et cetera, and the rationale of why that didn't work. But it really is the sense of community, and sense of community has been a driving force, and it's been a value that has been a part of the Chapin community for now our nearly 115 years of our history. And it's why when we thought about our expansion, we were very, very reticent to even imagine taking one of our divisions off campus. Some schools have thought about that, but at Chapin, our Board of Trustees decided that if at all possible, we wanted to preserve that sense of community and that sense of unity amongst the girls. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Drago. I'm a principal at NK Architects, and we've been working very closely with the entire Chapin team and community over the past year and a half on this project. I want to speak to you about existing and proposed conditions, massing and context, and waivers. This diagram, I think, is a helpful visual shorthand to understand the project. The existing building is here on the left, color-coded by activity classrooms, gym activity, library, public space. It's a vertical campus. It's 8 stories. It's relatively compact. It's a building that doesn't have a lot of elevators, so the main stair in the building is kind of the Chapin Main Street. If you ever visit, you would see that. That is the organizing element of the school. So here's the addition. Here's the dividing line between existing and proposed. What we did is we're converting one of the gyms, the main gym, because it's undersized, into classrooms and a commons that is in the right location to address the shortage of classrooms with the lower school. We're creating a new lower school cafeteria, so now we're creating a central mass of public spaces at the bottom of the building. This grouping, the gym needs to be at the top of the stack because the center stair on Main Street terminates, provides student access to the athletics office locker rooms and support spaces, and then they go up one short flight to the gym itself. And this provides a nice adjacency of the new athletic facilities with the lockers, physical ed, workout room, gym above, rooftop activity space above that. Immediately below that, on the one other new floor, is where we're placing the performing arts. That provides direct access directly off of the Main Street I spoke of earlier. It provides a good programmatic adjacency to the existing performing arts spaces that remain.
How is that a good adjacency? They're separated by floors.
They're separated by 2 floors, as opposed to if it was, we had, as opposed to being in the cellar, it's reasonably proximate and keeps them above grade, which is one of the considerations was putting on below grade. So one of the things that's interesting is obviously the goal, and we have diagrams which show how we considered putting a gym in the R8B, but obviously that was kind of a non-starter. By placing the gym primarily in the R10A from a adjacency and functional flow of the building, it's in the right location for this building. Speaking of the gyms, here's the diagrams of the 4 existing gyms, existing lower school gym, middle school. This is the main gym I spoke of earlier, which is going to be converted to classrooms. We'll talk about that a little later. And this is the level 6 gym. This gym, one of the needs is for STEM robotics lab. This gym will be converted to a STEM robotics lab. Here is a diagram. This is Chapin's existing main gym, the one that's going to be converted to classrooms. It's 61 feet, not 84, 40 versus 50, has nominal to no side boundaries and small end zones. So the red line represents what's required to meet minimum standards for the gym. Here is a diagram of what we want to be able to provide. This is a diagram of the new 11th floor showing how that gym fits in on the 11th floor, and I'll have some additional diagrams later which better show it in context of the zoning. This is a diagram which shows the floor immediately below that for the athletic support spaces, office support spaces, fitness room, locker rooms for the visiting teams, who will then use the new main stair structure to go directly up to the gym. Performing arts, here's existing lower school dance, existing middle upper school dance in this area here. They have about 7,900 square feet. This is the new 9th floor, which adds approximately 3,200 net. And I want to emphasize that's net just of the room of the dance, performing arts, and the practice rooms, which by definition want to be isolated. It's a little misleading because beyond this space here, this corridor here is the student commons. Increasingly in education, it's the outside the classroom space is an important element of education. So this entire zone is a mixing zone for the students, that all students utilizing that floor get to take advantage of that commons with a view.
So that's the response to a lot of circulation on that 9th floor.
Yeah, there's 2 responses. Yes, there's that really goes away, and we really probably should have color-coded vertical circulation, horizontal circulation differently. Because it's a tower, there's a lot of vertical circulation. If the stairs and elevators were color-coded as vertical, you would see it as, and we color-coded the commons, you would see it as not quite as much.
So you couldn't back-to-back those little green rooms to get rid
Well,
of
we
some
had to get
circulation?
access into the existing Main Street stair, and from a flow perspective, you come out of the stair, you have a direct view ahead into the commons, and the daylight, the view, and the commons becomes the organizing element for the rest of the floor. Speaking of classrooms, I'm just going to focus on levels 2 and 3. That's the level where that gym the main gym I spoke of. That gym, once the new gym is done, is going to be vacated and converted on the lower level to 4 multi-purpose classrooms that have dividers. They can be broken down to create a large commons area. There's also group activity rooms and a large open space that, again, is one of those interstitial, important new spaces. If you were to go to Chapin, you see students sitting in the hallway, they're crowding every square inch. So there's a little bit of that breathing room. The upper level, we have a new stair up, 4 more classrooms, and this is the location of that nurse's office that formerly is on a lower level in the corner. It's now central to the building, linking lower school, middle school, and upper school. And importantly, these classrooms as you can see, provide a contiguous block of classrooms sort of at the right location.
Sorry, go back. What do you mean, sort of at the right location?
Meaning that here you saw a block of upper school classrooms here, another block here, and here we're now providing a link in between. So, and also with the commons, so that becomes sort of an organizing element at the center of the building. Talk a little bit about the massing that results from that program to quickly recap. The new food service below, new classroom commons within. This is performing arts, athletic support, the gym, rooftop activity space. There's an approximately, because of the required dimensions of the gym, there's an approximate 11-foot incursion into the R8B that is essentially unavoidable to meet the gym regulations. However, there is an additional incursion, which is everything you see in blue is the stair and egress construct. In order, because we're placing a large, essentially public assembly at the top of an existing old building which has 5 stairs, we can't drive a new stair through the building. We are actually connecting to all 5 stairs within the building. So that's this construct. We're connecting to the stair, we're dog-legging back to the Main Street stair, as I mentioned earlier, and then this continues down, ties into 3 more stairs. And that gives us the required exit capacity.
Because you have an additional egress requirement for how many, this, a
We're
lot of people
providing egress
expected.
for 800.
Okay, so it adds another staircase,
We don't add a staircase, we take advantage of all 5 existing staircases. But to get over, the challenging part was to get from there to these 3. And
So wait, so how
Oh, I'm
many
sorry.
egresses do you need for that, or how many units do you need to egress that top floor?
well, we're providing egress for 800. I forget the exact number of units.
Okay, so in other words, but what you have existing, if you were to just extend what you need,
Well, we would have 320. If we just use the 2 existing stairs, we would limit it to 320, which,
which is not meeting.
well, it wouldn't meet the need for the gym games, and there's a follow-up goal of the Chapin community gathering there, and it wouldn't nearly be enough for either of those. So we really needed to reach beyond.
What's the size of the Chapin community that you're potentially?
700.
And faculty. Plus faculty. Okay. Just another discussion of the mass is here's the existing building. The building was made up of a number of buildings and additions over the years. If you look at the rooftop, you see a not uncommon site that has a variety of air-cooled mechanical equipment, sort of covering every square inch of the existing roof. This is the mass of the entire building, and this is showing where the new mechanical rooms are. Because the gym, and we'll talk more about why the gym's at the top of the stack. We talked about the stair, we'll talk about structure. The gym wants to be at the top of the stack. It allowed us these 2, this is an existing rooftop mechanical area that's remaining operational. There's existing rooftop mechanical equipment here that's remaining operational. As we construct the building, we're going to subsume those, if you will, within to the volume of the tower. Those mechanical units will then be changed out. We will put in a much more higher efficiency hydronic-based system. And instead of having, 8 or 9 rooftop units, we're going to have an fully enclosed mechanical system. There will be one cooling tower on the roof, but we're going to go from approximately a dozen pieces of equipment and a water tank to one cooling tower on the roof, and all the other equipment will be closed in the building, and a very clean roofscape, which helps for the activity field they would like up there.
And that's what's on the 9th floor, that mechanical room on the 9th floor?
Yes, this existing roof is the 9th floor.
Okay.
The approach we're taking allows us to keep that equipment running. Once we get the frame around it, we're going to switch it out and convert it to internal mechanical equipment. Talk a little about in context. This shows the proposed design in East End Avenue in some of its environs, if you will, as a lead-in to some of the other diagrams. Here is a street view along East End Avenue with heights called out, showing that many of the buildings do ultimately get to the 210-foot height. We understand some of the other buildings may have been done under zoning bonuses no longer available, but this gives you a sense of the building in context. This is existing building. The green is the functional addition. The blue is egress. And the red line indicates the allowable envelope. We are about 2 to 2'6" below the height envelope, and this shows that the one from this view, we do have a setback waiver, which I'll go into more detail a little later. Here is the view along 84th Street, again with the same arrangement of colors, and the red representing the as of right. Here you see the programmatic incursion and the egress incursion into the R8B. And it shows the neighbors, which of course drop down the middle, rise up on the avenues, and this shows the buildings across the street just to the south on 84th Street between East End Avenue and the river. Here is the existing Chapin building, and just, you know, as an architect, what's interesting was there's an existing brick Georgian building, and then a very contemporary metal and glass building, and kind of this 50-50 split. So we decided to not add a third new element, but to try and draw upon the existing fabric of the current addition. However, trying to get lighter as we go up, with the gym being fully glassed as we face east. They'll talk a little bit more about south. These posts on the roof become extensions of the curtain wall elements on the facade. We're making them slender, somewhat dramatic. Those are the roof screen enclosure. Because they are extensions of the main structure at the perimeter of the building, we have eliminated the need for heavy cross beams that you sometimes see on these rooftop enclosures. So you have these posts, they have a half-inch rod under 10,000 pounds of pressure, so it's really quite of a light structure at the top. And in both this view, and you'll see on the south view, we bracketed the building with a significant masonry element. So the last element between us and the community is masonry. And there again is our as of right envelope, and here's a comparison of the two. 84th Street, the proposed addition here, instead of all clear glass at the gym, the majority of it is a glass that looks like the Solaire glass. Is actually going to be a spandrel glass, so it will, because there are neighbors across the street, it will not emit or allow any light or view in. And we have a rather elaborate system of two motorized shades for both daylight control and blackout shades for any areas of clear glass. And those are being very carefully incorporated into the project because we know that's an issue. This shows the allowable volume, the programmatic element, and the stair, which courses its way across the roof. We kept the masonry on the vertical element. We went to a quieter metal, which picks up on this existing roof to sort of just tone down that mid-block element, which is really kind of mostly on the other side of the building. Again, comparison. Here's a view looking south on East End Avenue. This is, speaking of the rooftop bar, and this is to give you a sense of the transparency of the net mesh. It's really quite transparent, even up close. But what I'd like to point out is we will not have these heavy elements. It'll be the post and just a half-inch cable between the posts. Talk a little bit about the specific waivers. It's a lot that splits the R10A and R8B district, 100 feet in R10A, 123 in R8B. Here is a east-west cross-section showing the as of right and proposed. We could actually fit 4 floors above in an as of right configuration. We elected to go with 3, with the main roof considerably below the allowable height, but the screen enclosure, because it exceeds the allowable projection of a screen enclosure, but that does stay below the maximum height. The yellow indicates the portion in R8B, and there is it's a 3-foot bump up in the back of the building, in order to get to the stairs, an increase in the lower part. This is a plan of the gym, which kind of shows, because this is kind of a driver, if you will, that shows here's the required footprint of the gym.
Which here? The,
This line here,
that's the 104 by?
that's yes.
That's 108.
Yes, it's 100, it is 104 by 70.
104 by,
The length of the gym is 84 plus 20.
right, but the dimensions that are shown on there are 108?
Well, this is showing the outside of the building.
Outside,
That's, that we
okay.
didn't dimension the gym there, that's the outside of the building.
And
Because
where's your
the-
70? Where's the line for 70?
Well, we could clarify that, we didn't dimension that. We'll add the dimensions to the gym.
No, but to help us understand why you can't, for instance, set back or.
And actually, since this diagram is done, we kind of, I think, are shifting the center of mass down a couple of feet because, to have the elevators open directly onto the safety boundary of the gym is not terrific functionally and otherwise. The other important things to mention up here is there's gym, large equipment storage, and office support space. And one of these is the safety office that keeps eyes on the gym. These are extremely important programmatic adjacencies that we feel are very important since we're creating this major regulation gym facility, and we could talk later about some of the regulations, SCA and otherwise, that call for these type of support spaces at the gym level. This is just showing the existing slice through the mid-block and the existing waivers they've received, and this shows the rather modest portion of the new waiver. In order to connect to the stairs at the back, we had to elevate to this level here. We created a void here between two existing parts of the rooftop. Since we were building the roof to it, we elected to grab about 1,500 square feet, I believe, of space below our link, which is driving the height because the link's driven by the connections to the stairs. I'm going to build quickly for you a 3D view of the waivers existing. As of right, proposed main roof. These are the setback waivers. This is the height waiver strictly in R8B. This is the height and rear yard and setback waiver in R8B. And then here is the rooftop screen enclosure. And just from the other side, again, as of right, our main volume, main roof, we're leaving this void clear above the existing greenhouse. Setback waivers, a height in R8B, height, rear yard, and the rooftop enclosure. Briefly, so this enumerates the waivers. If you want, should I touch upon each of them?
No, you don't need to, because I think we know it was really those questions about why you don't need a side yard waiver and why you don't need a lot coverage waiver.
Okay. So that represents, we have some other backup information, but that represents our presentation.
Okay, so, but I would like you to, the architect's best place to respond to those questions, so maybe we could continue with those. Like, for instance, why don't you need a side yard waiver? Because you're continuing development in the side yard?
We're looking at it.
You're still looking at it, okay. And then the other question that was asked was why can't you rotate the gym the other way, perpendicular?
You know what, let me go, okay, could you start the show again, I'm sorry? Because we have, okay, that's good. Okay, this dimension, and again, we'll add some key dimensions, which are obviously missing, but this is 101 feet here. This core is almost 30 feet, so that leaves 70 feet. That's immovable. So if we need 104 feet for the length.
Why is that immovable if you're already doing a transfer?
Well, these our elevator consultant recommended bring 4 elevators up to the gym. We're bringing 3. 2 existing cars are being extended up, existing stairs being extended up, while driving a new car down through the building. So practically speaking, those are the only locations for the elevators.
And what's the reason for that little setback in the front?
This is down below the greenhouses down below. So it's a piece of volume technically available to us, but for massing and for the continued function of the greenhouse, we left it.
And the greenhouse is related to what, the science room?
Science program. It's an existing greenhouse.
So the other part of the question was, why can't, I mean, it seemed as if you had some movement on your set, what is it, 70 feet, right? That you could slide the 70 feet forward, for example, and why couldn't you tuck that, a new staircase in the back?
Well, we really, the columns are in this location here. We're putting padding on them. We're actually having them bump into the 10-foot clear barrier already. So there really is not movement this way.
No, not this way, forward onto 84th Street.
Or this way.
Why can't you move the gym, slide it forward, because you have some play in your depth, whatever that is, because it's not dimensioned.
All right.
And then it gives you a little, because those offices, well, you don't even actually need that. You have that side yard setback. Why, I don't know what's there, if there are windows there. I'm not sure what's going
I'm going to
on.
give you the dimension plan, but I understand where you're going.
So like, why can't that whole blue vertical circulation be slipped around where the office and storage is? Why can't the office and storage, for example, be on a mezzanine level or something like
Well,
that?
Understood. Well, the office, they want direct eyes on the court, and the regulations in SCA in particular calls for significant equipment storage at the court level. If you consider the nature of the facility they're creating, to hobble it by not having, that's, we consider that an important programmatic adjacency. It's not just a nice to, it's an important part of the way they operate, so an important part of the way regulations speak about the operation of a gym. So these 2 elements are significant, and we would never, and the stairs would take up more than all that space, and in fact, because of the challenges of sneaking the stair around the corner, we would have a significant reduction in the egress capacity of the stairs, and we would very greatly compromise or eliminate most of this function.
But what is, I mean, you have 2 offices and storage. That's minimum.
We
is that
need to
2
up,
offices?
this doesn't quite match and this was a diagram done earlier, and it's my fault, but we'll update it to match the plans you have. There's actually now only 1 office, there's a storage, and there's a small activity support space. That's shown on the BSA plans. But we'll rectify that and add some additional dimensions.
The last one we have actually has 2 storages and an office and I don't know what that says. Catering, what?
Yeah, it does say catering, but they changed it. Okay. To make it an office.
Office and catering.
So, it's expanded the program, plus there's a bunch of other stuff. I mean, the main issue is obviously that you're imposing in the R8B, right? You have more height to play with on the R10 side.
Right.
So I'd say that the hardest lift is proving to us that that staircase can't be in the R10 or only impose a little bit on the R8B at the back as opposed to this very massive thing that's happening at the front.
Understood.
So,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, with the greenhouse, I don't know how practical it is to have something that has no southern exposure.
Well, it has, right.
And
We're
it's going
going
to
to add
have a little bit of
supplementary lighting.
sunlight, and you make this whole like 60, 70-foot notch.
Well-
For a greenhouse, that's not going to get much sun.
Well, there's two responses to that. We're going to add supplemental lighting to make up for the lost natural lighting, A, and B, in terms of the massing of the building, its context in the neighborhood, that notch was quite a useful notch as a nod to our neighbor to the north, and just to reduce the apparent mass, to reduce the tower. We're keeping it a little more slender and allowing the brick element. We try to bookend the building with these brick elements to make as part of the contextual arrangement. So that's that.
When you say nod to neighbor, are there windows on that corner?
No, there aren't.
Windows on the neighbors?
No.
So then, what kind of nod to the neighbors? I mean, because
There
what
are-
you're doing
there-
is it's forcing
there's-
mass
No.
onto the building, right?
Excuse me?
It's forcing mass onto the building. You notch all the way out, that's a good classroom right there.
So it would,
And if you
Few
put the
floors.
greenhouse on the roof of the
Right.
little R8B, you get a nice little greenhouse. It would certainly be more in context
and then
than
what do, and
the
then we
staircase.
add program to the floors below, or else that's a cantilever hanging out there.
No, you'd add, I mean, you're saying you have shortage of classrooms, maybe that could eliminate some of your not-so-great adjacency problems, right? Not understanding, because the staircase is a big imposition on the R8B, so if the greenhouse is what's driving the whole thing, that seems odd.
Yes.
Sure.
I just wanted to...
Can you come to the mic, please?
I wanted to speak about the program. Patricia Hayo, head of Chapin. I wanted to speak about the role that the greenhouse plays in our school and has played for decades. There's a course in plant genetics, and starting in first grade, the girls, this is really an important part of our program. And when the greenhouse, as proposed here, will be then within the realm and at program adjacency to our science programs. And if we should move it up or move it away, then we have students from...
It's actually would be next to the chemistry or the physics lab. I mean, you'd be right there with the science. They turn left instead of right to go to the greenhouse. Plus, it would have a southern exposure instead of another exposure. Right? I mean, it actually probably would improve things.
Picked it up, it would have, 50 feet of athletic program below.
Could you speak in the microphone, please, and put it near your mouth?
Sorry, Paul Drago, if you did raise it to the roof level, it would have 50 feet of athletic program below it before you got to the
The
science.
roof of the small, lower school,
Yes.
of the middle and lower school in the R8B. The issue is the staircase rises for the full height of the building
Yes.
high,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
A greenhouse is a typical rooftop thing that you see in the neighborhood.
Right.
So it could be quite lovely, actually, to see the greenhouse, right? And it would be, if you eliminated the stair, this is what this is all about,
Right.
moving the stair to the back. Now you have the greenhouse at that spot. It's immediately adjacent to physics or chemistry, depending on how you look at the layout,
Well,
right?
If
Take the microphone with you as you go to the board, Mr. Drago, sorry. It doesn't pick it up as well.
Thank you. If we were somehow able to pull that in for a portion, when we get down to the 9th floor, we still have to transition out into the R8B district. So that bump you see there in some form will be shorter, but it will still exist from the 9th down to the 7th floor.
But-
So the greenhouse wouldn't go
But
there.
not 200 feet or whatever we're talking about in height, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue,
Mhm.
is if you could keep this mostly in the R10A, that's much more consistent with neighborhood expectation, character, all that stuff, right? And kind of funny rooftop accretions in the R8B are sort of what you expect on the,
Right.
in general, on building rooftops. So please look at that.
We'll definitely look at it. I just want to touch on one of our reference drawings, which is this SEA plan, and it clearly shows the 50 by 84. It calls out, it's hard to read, but the 10-foot minimums. Its desired goal is to have the seating, but have that outside the 10-foot boundary.
But you don't have that, so
Well, but we do, and it shows the 2 storage rooms. My only point being that we are compromising a little because we're showing the seating, that's kind of an important part of it, projecting into the 10-foot on both sides, and we don't have as much storage as they recommend. So Chapin's is making an enormous investment to create this regulation gym, and we're not shooting for the stars, saying we got to hit everything they hit.
Question is if you could go back to the, so what I'm looking at the bottom those are bleachers, do they open out onto the court?
Yes.
And that's permitted?
Yeah, you're allowed to have, it's not ideal, but you are allowed to have an incursion, a temporary incursion into the 10-foot.
So how much space do you need to accomplish your minimum amount of seating?
That's what we're showing here. Oop. Our target's around 350, and that's what we're showing here.
But you have this undimensioned distance between the back of the elevator, that one extra elevator, or the offices.
Mhm.
You have something, and I don't know what it is, 5 feet, something like that, to your property line. And unless, again, and I see it's not windows of the adjacent building because that has a courtyard there. So, again, it seems like you have space to play with there to maintain the optimum distance for the gym. You have that court that you're reserving for the greenhouse where you could put offices, storage, something. Because it's pretty big, actually. So I'm still not getting, because we haven't seen, of course, you haven't given us a plan, so maybe if you would just try this out, you would find that, in fact, you can do this. I'm kind of assuming you tried this out once before, way back when.
We did, and we wound up with a loss of functional program on the lower floors. We wound up with an extraordinarily compact stair that had only a little more than half the capacity of the current stair, so the loss of that egress capacity was a major demerit, and we found we were just, the gym is not 100% optimal now. When we're further, I mean, we'll certainly look at it.
You have to show us that that's what happened. You know, we can't go on just faith. I mean, you know, and also there are egress requirements, so whatever the distance between egress is required and so on, obviously your doors can't be too close to each other,
Right,
so you have
right.
to show us what those egress
Sure.
requirements are, all that stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What other questions did we have? Let's see. So neighborhood character.
Building heights.
Not clear whether you're gonna, no. Okay. Okay. I mean, I think a lot of it was, for instance, you're doing these switch outs with the existing gyms, right? Why, for example, can't a lot of the program fit within the existing gym spaces? Or
Well-
all of it, for argument's sake, so you're not as tall, so you don't need that 9th floor, for example?
Well, the driver there is the classroom and student common space that we're putting in the one gym and the STEM robotics that we're putting in the other. And I could have MJ speak a little bit more to that if you would like. She's really the resident expert. Does that make sense?
You're still keeping 3 gyms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And why do
We're
you
down
need 3 gyms?
We're down from,
Lower, middle,
we're keeping 2 plus the new one and down from 4. Right,
So I guess that's part of the question, and maybe that's more that the school director, but the question is, you know, why can't all the classes share a gym? Like, why do you need a separate dance space for lower school, middle school, or upper school? Why can't middle and upper share, or I don't know what, right? Yeah, please.
MJ Quigley, Associate Head of School at Chapin. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. In addressing the need for the different spaces, prior to construction and part of our strategic planning process was to do a space study. And one of our commitments is to keep the girls using the stairs in the building. And so in terms of program adjacency, we have the functionalities of the larger spaces like dance studio, theater, gym, hugging the border of the wing part, which is towards York Avenue. So that's where the lower school dance studio is in the bottom of the wing. The music room is towards the wing. The black box theater on the 6th floor hugs the wing.
Do you have
Yes.
drawings where you could show this, help us with this?
Maybe the stacking plan. And so we have all of our functionalities in large spaces being shared by the middle and upper school. So that's over 500 students sharing.
So I'm not sure the stacking plan's the right one. Floor plans where you're showing adjacencies, that's what we're missing.
So while we're looking for that, so in the middle and upper school, the functionality of the dance studio, the gymnasiums, the music classrooms, they will all be shared by 2 divisions. In the lower school, the only space that's not shared is the dance studio. And that is because that square footage is so small that we can't put middle and upper school sized bodies in that space.
Where's the lower school?
It's on the first floor of towards the wing building. Okay. As an overview, most of the functionality here is of middle and upper school. These are our common spaces that serve K to 12. So the lunchroom, the current gym, the library, and the wing houses our lower school. And that was part of a space study that we did prior to 2006 to start moving functionalities near each other so that for passing time, the girls could get from one place to another, not being reliant totally on our elevators. The dance studio is on the first floor, close to the wing. I believe it's there. And that is the only space that is not shared K to 12. Every other space is shared mainly by the middle and upper school.
So like this multi-purpose room that's called the Gordon Room?
That's our cafeteria.
That's a cafeteria, so it's used really, always filled up with tables? Basically.
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't, when you say multi-purpose?
The multi-purpose, the second feature of the multi would be meetings. It's our primary meeting space for parent meetings, faculty meetings, things like that.
And then, so Gym 1, which will be retained, will be used by?
Well, Gym 1 is about 2,900, I think, square feet. It's the smallest of the gyms. What we'd like to do is keep using that for recess and also to have physical education classes in that space. It's an excellent teaching space. That square footage associated to activity, so the portion of our building associated to physical education, even with the new gym, we still will have programming to fit that space. I don't think that will be a too rich situation in terms of extra space that won't be utilized.
It would be used simultaneous with the gym?
Absolutely. The way we schedule classes now is that a whole grade will have PE at the same time, or a division will have it at the same time, and they'll use all the spaces at the same time.
And the what is it, there's a multi-purpose room that's going to be built in the cellar?
Yes, the cafeteria that is underneath the Gordon Room or the existing dining area, currently our kindergarten students bring their lunch from home, and we're seeking to have a space where all the girls could have lunch at school. And the way that would be configured is the lower level lunchroom would be K to 5, and the upper level lunchroom would be 6 to 12, with the teachers of those divisions going at each appropriate level.
And you have, so is that then Gym 1 is the only one that's retained as a gym, but you also have that auditorium?
Gym 6 on the 6th floor would also be retained, so 2 gyms are going into the new gym, and 2 gyms will remain. And they'll both be used simultaneously. They'll all be scheduled for PE. The 6th floor gymnasium is a very appropriate middle school athletic space. And we hope to continue to have practices in that space and possibly some competitions depending on the sport and depending on the age level.
And so the assembly room on the second floor then is used for older?
The assembly room currently is our dance room for the middle and upper school and our assembly space for the science, when we have fairs and exhibitions, and our assemblies are currently there, although we're not able to fit everyone in that space. So the assembly space right now, let's say the month of October up to Thanksgiving, we moved 26 classes out of that space because of events that were going on. And that is the driver for creating a dedicated middle and upper school dance room so that they can have a classroom that's not shared with the rest of the school and constantly forcing them to cancel class or to move to a place like a classroom, that kind of thing. It's also our only performing space that holds more than 75 folks. We have a seated capacity of 302 in that room. So that's where all of our performances are, K-12, holiday, drama, music, and dance.
What about the big box theater?
The big box theater is the drama classroom. It has a seated capacity of 75, and so we do use it for that purpose. And with 3 divisions in the school, it works well for us right now to have a bigger space and a smaller space, and the divisions rotated every year, sharing it. One year the high school will have their performance in the bigger space. The next year, the middle school will have their performance there.
What about the Berenson room? What is that used for?
The Berenson room is a meeting room, and the capacity for seating in that room is around 32, 35. So we have faculty meetings. Sometimes one of the divisions will meet there. We'll have administrative team meetings there.
I had saw somewhere a notation that it was a reading room.
It was at one point before Mrs. Berenson, who was the head of school, retired. It was called the reading room.
So that's another staff room?
It's staff room, meaning a meeting space?
Administrative room. It's not a classroom or anything?
It's not a classroom. It's a space that's used for admissions. It's probably one of 2 places in the building that more than 25 people can sit at the same time.
For meetings?
Yes, for any purpose.
Okay.
Is there a Fairfax room?
The Fairfax room, yes, that is on the first floor. It seats 8 people around a table. It's a meeting space for girls that come in for college, admissions. It's where we have some of our it's a conference room. Its proximity to the first floor also lends itself so when people come into the school, that's where they're greeted, and that's where if we had to have a meeting, we'd have it in that space.
Right, because it's right near your front door.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What other questions did we have? Anything? Okay. I think that's the bulk of the questions. I think we also needed to know from probably the architect or the engineer a little bit more about why the gym can't be in the cellar. There was a mention of a trench.
Yes.
A utility trench. What
Thank
was
you.
the
One moment.
explanation? Yeah.
Hi, Paul Drago, NK Architects again. I guess I'll just hold it. Okay, the utility trench is here. Now we have a section that, there you go. Okay. We looked at 2 things. The placement of the building below the existing school. This area here is occupied by the new dining area. However, if we were seriously going to put the gym below the school, we would not have put that there. But this trench, which carries all the lines from the existing boiler room through the building, is kind of an unmovable object. So that means we couldn't pick the gym up to that level, meaning we would have to blow this stuff out. But at least that would be the goal, to pick it.
Sorry, the utility trench is building specific? It's not it's not the utility company?
The school, because there's 3 buildings, has a sort of central distribution steam lines and power from the boiler room, and in order to keep the school functional, we can't cut that. So all that did was that drove the required volume for the gym down to this level. this this blue line here indicates groundwater, so it pushes the entire volume of the gym below groundwater. It also pushes it into bedrock, and there are also certain environmental issues. So we felt that it's not practical at all to put it below the building because of the groundwater, the bedrock, and, it would be tantamount to almost rebuilding the entire mid-block to put a volume. Here it is. We're cutting out the bowels of the building to try and put that underneath. It's challenging enough to do the small piece, but the piece we're doing is in an unexcavated area. We're not, so that, the bottom was very tough, and then in the middle, here's the existing gym. This is the required outline. The proposed volume would cross two main structural grid lines, would bite out of an existing egress stair. So again, also even more, it would be tantamount to, we may as well just tear down everything east of the old building if we were going to try and put the gym there. So we really feel that there's not a viable option to place the gym within or below the building.
West of everything east of the new.
Everything west of the old building would sort of have to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be much left.
Could you go to page 25 of the programmatic needs report?
Sure.
There we go. I believe it was page 25. It's 25 as listed on your... Oh, it must be that one. How do you expect anyone to read that?
We all took chemistry. No.
So I have no way of knowing whether or not you're operating at what capacity and what days those days mean.
We're going to redo that so it's legible.
Okay. BSA submission 101. All things must be legible, otherwise why give?
And
What do
explain.
those days mean?
We will explain it and we will make it legible.
Okay. You don't want to explain it now so we know in advance?
I think, seriously, would you
Yes.
like an explanation?
Yes, you're here, maybe it'll be clearer than what you write. Just a
MJ Quigley, Associate Head and Schedule Translator. We engaged in a process of reviewing our schedule 10 years ago, and at that time, a growing popular way for schools to fit in different lengths of classroom times, as well as that struggle to find more time. One of the suggestions that was given to us was to explore using a 6-day schedule. It doesn't mean that we go Monday to Saturday. It means that class load is spread out over a 6-day period. And in that way, once you spread meeting times over 6 days versus 5 days, you're able to make some class periods a little bit longer, and you're also able to fit a different variety of timings together. So you can have some 70-minute periods, some 60-minute periods, and some 45-minute periods. And so we follow a 6-day schedule that spreads out our lower, middle, and upper school schedules over a 6-day cycle. One of the reasons why this is such a strain on your eye is that it has to be done in 15-minute increments, because when you have those match points of an hour class versus a 45-minute class versus a 75-minute class, or whatever time you choose, you have to have a common denominator, and for us, that common denominator is 15 minutes. And so that's why there are so many lines there that indicate that kind of usage. And we will explain this in writing, and we will redo this so it's a much easier schedule to follow. But the gist of it is we follow a 6-day cycle at every division, lower, middle, and high school. They don't all have the same time frame, but they come together at certain match points. And earlier I mentioned that we schedule PE in a block time, and we do that ahead of time, or music, or science labs, so that we know a particular division will be using those spaces during a particular time. And then it gives us some flexibility in both length of class time, which was a huge goal for us, but also to limit transition time and kids moving around the building.
Well, so for somebody, because we can't read it, we only see the graphic,
Yes.
right? It's purple. So I see that there's lots of blanks on the purple. What does that mean?
Well, the purple time, I'm going to guess, is a time in the high school that's called break and community time, which is where our clubs meet. And typically what happens at that time is a club will gather with their advisor, and they'll find one of the upper school classrooms, and that's where they'll meet. Other times that might not align correctly, so go ahead. So that column there, sometimes you'll see a 15-minute block that's empty because the two divisions are out of sync, and then they catch up in the next 15-minute increment.
Okay. So we can't find out from that what a Monday looks like, for example.
Correct. Correct. And one of the largest challenges is finding, with having part-time or folks come into the building, you have to know the letter day and the day of the week. And I might add that the kids struggled less with it than some of us adults did when we first went to it, but it has accomplished the goal that we sought after. And now a lot of literature is advocating for an 8-day schedule, and quite frankly, I don't think I could wrap my head around that. But yes, it did accomplish, spreading out our curriculum over 6 days did accomplish what we were hoping
Might
for.
you be able to give us not this Monday's schedule, for example? So that we'd understand how this
Yes.
works in real life?
Exactly right. That's exactly what we'll do.
Okay, good. Wow, okay. Other questions?
I just had a question
Yeah.
about the noise measurement.
Oh, yes.
Noise.
I don't know if there's anything else.
Just the...
Noise, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, as Jim here, Jim Heineman did the environmental work, including the noise studies for the project, so he's prepared to answer your question.
Hello, James Heineman, Equity Environmental Engineering. I understand, I guess there was some confusion about the analysis, so I could maybe try to walk you through it. Otherwise, if we
I
need
had some
to make a
questions. I
more...
don't know if you have to walk us. You took ambient measurements on the roof of the school.
Correct, at the edges of the roof.
And then the comment was made that most of the noise originated from the HVAC equipment and traffic.
Correct. Well, the most immediate noise source was the existing HVAC and other mechanical equipment that is on the current Chapin roof.
But then you use those ambient readings and the article that you reference to...
AKRF article. Right, yeah.
To project what the future noise would be, and said it's negligible. However, you're raising the building roof 70 feet, and you're much further away from the traffic, and you're enclosing and changing the mechanicals. So I didn't feel that those ambient readings really were very relevant. So the AKRF article says if you have a 5 decibel incremental increase over the ambient, that's a noticeable increase. So I didn't know how you concluded that the 64 dBs, I think you said you anticipated at 30 feet away from the play yard?
I think it was the closest residential use that would have a direct line of sight was across the street at a distance of approximately 60 feet.
So I just didn't think that you had the right assumption. I didn't follow your assumptions along
Okay, I mean,
those.
we were-
Because of enclosing the HVAC, because of raising the roof 70 feet, that I didn't think those ambient readings were really relevant.
Okay, I see your point. I think there are a couple of things that I would respond. Now, to the extent that under the proposal, the most of the mechanical spaces would be enclosed, we replace and enclose, that noise source, that existing noise source on the Chapin building goes away. So, the Chapin School's contribution to ambient noise in the surrounding area goes down by that effect, and to some extent it's replaced by the schoolyard noise. What we had access to was the roof of the Chapin School, so we were somewhat limited by the space that we had available. Obviously, if we had access to a residential window on a nearby building, we certainly do that, and that we get more of a general background. I mean, general background noise in this area is significant. It's a high-density area of Manhattan. Obviously, you have street noise, you have the FDR, you have the mechanicals on all the buildings. So I do concede that your point that to some extent we were limited by the area available to us, which is affected by the HVAC noise from the existing mechanicals.
Yeah, but I think being up at 186 feet is also going to reduce the traffic noise. So the ambient might be rather low up there. So I don't know how you're going to measure that or estimate it, but
we can certainly look at finding if there are other data sources that maybe that address your concern. We can certainly try to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then I think the only other thing, but you heard us in the review session, so I don't actually think that Mr. Rasmussen has to come up. It's just that we need better clarity on the heights analysis because we can't tell where in the R8B there are other examples very nearby.
Yes.
Of tall buildings, not just ones over 75 feet, but ones that are as high as proposed.
Understood.
Or close to.
We will make those corrections.
Okay. I think that's probably it for questions, so we can go to public testimony? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public want to speak on this? Yeah? Opposite, yeah,
And also
oh,
elected
yes,
officials first.
Elected officials, well, do we have them?
No.
Do we have elected official representatives here?
Guess not yet.
Is there a representative, legal representative for neighbors here? Yes, hi.
Does he get 3 minutes or we put him on? I guess. 15? I know.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Jesse Mazer. I'm a member of the law firm of Fox Rothschild, and we are counsel to 90 East End Avenue, the immediate neighbor to the south. And we have written to you previously about this application, and I don't want to take your time today to repeat my letter. We are, besides what we contain in our letter, our concerns are quite self-serving to ourselves. We're concerned about safety. We're concerned about community impact. We have careful in our letter not to try to spend too much time in looking behind programmatic needs, not asking you to second guess it, although I do suspect this is the first time the board heard that home court advantage is a programmatic need. Hope it is for the Rangers this week. I'm sorry. We are somewhat concerned about certain issues that are not in the application, quite frankly. We do not see a uniqueness finding here. We see it based on, at best, an argument of programmatic need. We don't believe that that is the procedures of this application. We think a uniqueness finding is required. It needs to be made. We are very concerned that this is indeed the fourth time this entity is before you for a variance. It is undermining to our mind what the minimum variance standard is. This is almost variance by incrementalism. Each one coming, each one claiming to be the minimum, and then we can only wait for what the next one will be. We're also somewhat concerned, as we have said before, that while Chapin says it's not increasing its population of a student body, it is, however, by creating this gymnasium, by its own admission, increasing the population that will be coming to the site. It will be hosting events that it says it cannot, except with small exceptions, in the past be able to host. We see no analysis of traffic, how that will be handled, what will be the quality on the street when these home games do occur. We are concerned about those issues. We're concerned also about safety. We have seen nothing, and we would very much like to review any engineering that would indicate how they're going to build any building in place. This extension, we are neighbors, and we are concerned about our own safety in that regard, and we would like to review such drawings and such reports to see if this is being done in a manner that is appropriate and safe. The remainder of our comments are contained in our letter. We recognize that Mr. Goldman has said there will be an additional submission, and we look forward to reviewing that, and we'll obviously be commenting at that time upon that submission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There are other speakers on this? Yes, please come up, and you're limited to 3 minutes, so there will be a beeper, and when you hear it, sum up. You have 10 seconds to sum.
Okay, hi, thank you. My name is Reade Blaney. I've lived at 530 East 84th Street since 1991. I ask you to deny Chapin's request for a variance because this fourth extension would be unnecessary if Chapin had not grown enrollment beyond its means. If the school has a hardship itself created, this fourth expansion will greatly alter the essential character of the neighborhood. As one member of Community Board 8 meeting said, that structure would stand out like a sore thumb anywhere, much less lovely East End Avenue. Residents of the neighborhood will lose views, light, and trees, and the many visitors who come to in large numbers in the spring and fall will be affected as well. The 500 block of East 84th Street used to be a gateway to Carl Schurz Park with its beautiful flowering trees. The four or five of those gorgeous old trees have been taken down through the various other expansions. 2 tiny ones were put in as replacement, but they're no comparison to the beautiful trees that we lost and that we and all the people who come to the area lost. The neighborhood is left with nothing good from Chapin's expansion of these multitude expansions, and this time will be much worse if a gym goes up there with the lights. Besides the lights and the unsightliness of the building, it will be an increase of traffic. Right now, it is miserable at 8:10 in the morning and 3:10 in the afternoon when school starts and ends. I could set my watch by the blaring horns. The drivers have no patience with the children getting in and out of the cars. So we would have to deal with an increase of traffic, and we'd have to be hearing the horns at night as well as during the day. It's understandable that they want to improve their school, but they've already been allowed 3 expansions. We love our neighborhood, and we ask you to say that 3 times are enough. The proposed addition, requested because the school has just grown beyond its capacity, would overshadow Carl Schurz Park and be a permanent eyesore in a lovely old New York community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Let's come up. When one finishes, the other can come up.
Enrollment at the nest. Yeah, please sort of gather yourselves on that little ramp so that we're ready for...
Sorry. My name is Madeline August. I live at 110 East End, immediately next door to Chapin. And I just have a quick question. One of the things that I'm concerned about is with the increased structure with a gym on top, and I look at the picture of bleachers now, which I hadn't seen in previous diagrams. I'm concerned about the noise level for the home games that are going to occur after hours, most likely. How it's going to resonate with the courtyard distance that's between the 2 buildings, so that's a concern of mine. Also, with the woman that just spoke, I'm just, rather than reiterate it, I'm going to agree with everything she just said. And then also, loss of light on the buildings. I now look into the nice new science labs that they recently built already. But another question I have, and I may be wrong, but I have been informed that Chapin, and one of the things that you're doing here, and I kept hearing today, was shortage of classrooms. But is it my understanding that Chapin has recently purchased a building on East End Avenue next to Gristedes between 81st and 82nd Street? No? Okay. And I was misinformed, but I was concerned about that because that's what all of us in the neighborhood have mentioned before, is why can't they look elsewhere, as a lot of other schools have done too, to satisfy these needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Ruth Wallace, and I live at 530 East 84th Street on the 4th floor. And I'm not a speaker, but I must speak about this. In the first place, the five and dime architecture of plastic, wire, plexiglass being proposed is an insult to the integrity of the Upper East Side standards of architecture in New York City. There is a discipline that is adhered to in architecture. I don't see it here at all, or what was discussed in another meeting a few months ago. And the 3 stories being proposed is a hazard to the agricultural beauty of a historic Carl Schurz Park. That's a historic park. The sun will be cut off from there, as was discussed in another meeting. It needs to be preserved for the Upper East Side community, as it is, all in total one piece in the beauty that it is. This isn't going to work for Carl Schurz Park. It'll be destroyed. And in the Upper East Side, there is no evidence of scarcity of private school education or gyms. Dalton is 7 blocks away on 90th Street. You can do what they did, purchase an off-site, build the huge $1 million gym that you need, and do a renovation in the inside of for what you need your girls to, enjoy. And, avoid all of this ridiculous construction, which is to me a most dramatic measure, because it was discussed that they would have to break down the sidewalk, go in, shore up the building in order to support 3 stories of building. What kind of nonsense and what kind of unrealistic nightmare is that? That's crazy. And, I say that because I am a graduate of FIT. I worked in textile design. I've lived in the East Side for a long time. I've worked in the beauty industry for Estee Lauder and then for Chanel. I've also been a associate broker for a real estate firm called the New York Residence. I know what good architecture is. This is really not worth the Upper East Side or worth Chapin School to even indulge in wanting to do. I don't understand it at all. And, I am not ready also, there was discussed in another meeting, for the vermin to come into the neighborhood, which it did before. No control was made. No control for, for the noise of when the schedule, the times, is that my time?
Please wrap up, 10 seconds after it beeps, yes.
Oh, I hope not, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name's Lisa Paul, and I'm a resident of the Co-op just west of Chapin School, 52333 Tenants Corporation, and I live in Building 531, which is 2 buildings down from Chapin. And I'm enormously concerned about this project. But before I go on, is it fair? I've never spoken in front of a forum like this. Can I ask you, how many of you have been down 84th Street, like in the last month, to see?
There were site visits that have been made. That's part of the process
It
of
is.
reviewing it.
Okay. So, this is a rather quiet, idyllic neighborhood. When I was buying my apartment in 2008, I was very careful with my choice of where I wanted to live. And I was aware that Chapin had done other construction that many neighbors around had criticized. And I also saw the eyesore of their addition that is very visible to everyone in the community. And hearing comments from everyone around, they said, thank God the construction was over. And I was fairly satisfied that that would be it and that I would be able to have a quiet existence in my apartment. Well, sadly, that is not the case. Chapin has already embarked on the cafeteria renovation project, which promises to be a 9-month-long underground dig adjacent to our co-op that has raised concerns of everyone in our co-op in terms of the noise, the weekend work that'll be involved, the disruption to the street, the vermin that will ensue, and the dust that will be a result. So everyone is already very upset about that, but to consider this project of building up is absolutely appalling. First of all, in America these days, we're considering many issues, and just because an entity can say they, as of right, can build, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right thing to do. Because we have the First Amendment freedom of speech, but there are limitations on that. You cannot yell fire in a crowded auditorium. So my premise is just because an entity has an as of right to build does not give them the right to trample over the neighborhood and the rights of all the community residents nearby. And in this case, I think this is what Chapin is doing, absolutely. So I'm mentioning this because they may have their as of right to build up, but anything that encroaches into our low-rise section, I think, is just wrong. I think that asking the nearby residents to indulge in a 5-year construction plan that will involve weekend and evening work, which is what they have profiled in some of the meetings where they gave descriptions of this project, is absolutely absurd. And so I respectfully ask you to deny them all the exceptions they're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Losman, and I live in 1 Gracie Square, which is catty corner from Chapin. And I would respectfully ask you if something can be done only about the open playground, because I'm on the top floor and that would be exact eye level with it. And I wondered if there was some way that that could be enclosed so that the noise factor and also the worry about the lights in the evening, if they were doing after-school things. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
And I'm representing a lot of my neighbors, so just so you know.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Board, thank you for having us today. My name is William Griffo. I live at 538 East 84th Street, which is right across the street from Chapin. I just want to say that Chapin has been a really good neighbor over the years, and that the people there are generally very wonderful. However, what we're talking about here is a construction project in a residential neighborhood. I want to remind everybody that in 2006 to 2010, the hardship that was encroached on our neighborhood by the last project. There was a variance that was issued, and I'll let other people speak to the disruption that it caused in the neighborhood, but the bottom line was there was no rest for anybody in the neighborhood for several years. The variance that they got allowed them to commence construction in evenings, holidays, weekends, throughout the summer, and throughout weekends in the summer. And now they're left with an existing structure. It's 131,000 square feet according to the building department records. They have 750 students. There is a massive daily operation that goes in having those students in the neighborhood every day, which we generally welcome. But they are now asking for a variance, and they are claiming a hardship, and they're asking for, as I understand it, an emergency variance, which allows them to have their construction during the evenings, holidays, weekends, and throughout the summer.
Oh,
And we
that's not our department. I think you're talking about a buildings department.
Okay, well, that's generally news for everybody who is in the meeting today, if they know it or not. So in order to get this variance, they're supposed to meet every one of these 5 conditions. And I'd like to read one of them to you. It says that the board must be convinced that the practical difficulties of unnecessary hardship claimed as a grounds for the variance has not been created by the owner, in this case, the school. My contention is that the school, by raising their enrollment, now they'll say it's not about enrollment, but they have raised the enrollment since 2006. That is creating the situation that is the problem for the rest of the neighborhood. And that is a fact. The enrollment has gone up, they were granted the space, they grew to the space, and now they're asking for more space. The neighborhood has endured the hardship. This went on for 4 years, nearly, the last construction. It seems to me that it's an elective. They need more gyms in the space. That's all very good points. I understand that. However, we are in a residential neighborhood. We have 750 students. We have a nice school. We went through a unbelievably hard time with the last construction. And we're respectfully asking that this be the end of it. It's a great school. Let it continue. If there is a variance issued, I'd like to offer one solution, and that is, the theme of it is shared hardship. If they are going to go ahead and build this, they should be willing to do it during school hours, during business hours, and not only putting it on the community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Tim Waters. I'm a resident at 538 East 84th Street, directly across from Chapin. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an architect, and I do apologize if I jump all over the place. Especially after the presentation I just saw today, I have a lot of other thoughts here. The school talks about convenience and community and critical need. If I was an administrator in the school, I would start talking about education. They're talking about gyms and classrooms and cafeterias. They talk about community, they want to separate the school. That was just a thought that I had today. And you mentioned that you did have an on-site. Anyone here has been on-site within the last week? The construction has started. The scaffolding is up. 84th Street is 70% occupied, down to one lane. Right, and I really want to get into the cosmetics of the area. It's beautiful, it's residents. I want to talk about the safety. I have 3 young children under the ages of 6. Right, we live at Colshurts Park. The main entrance of that park is 84th Street. Why? Because it's the only entrance to the playground. Right, everyone walks down 84th Street. If you were out there on Saturday afternoon, you would hear the people in the community talking about what a disgrace this construction is, what an abuse of authority it is. It's really unfortunate, and I want to get into the safety. 84th Street, I almost got killed last night because you sneak out a little bit, there's no room. They're talking about a drop-off on 84th and East End. That is the entrance of the park. Think of the congestion, the inconvenience to the families, to the children, everyone there. It's an unfortunate situation. And in their presentation, they talk about solutions. I didn't see one solution. Right? The school has a $90 million endowment, right? There are other alternatives. Here's a letter from 2011 from the New York Association of Athletics saying that their gym was not up to code, right? But it says you're not alone in the area. And they named 4 or 5 different schools, one of them being Sacred Heart. She mentioned Dalton. Sacred Heart, what'd they do? Sacred Heart just built a huge athletic facility on 91st Street in a commercial area. It's beautiful. I go up there, my kids take dance classes in there. So there are alternatives to put everyone in inconvenience because that's what it is. It's a convenience that they want to have and they want to offer themselves, right? You mentioned all the different solutions. They don't have answers, right? The reason why they want the gym that way is because that's what works best for them. So I urge you, if you have some time, to go up and take a look at, and this is a weekend, they're not even doing construction. This is setting up to construct. I urge you to go up there and look, and you can see the disruption that this community is going to have once this work starts. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you so much. My name's Cynthia Kramer, and I'm a neighbor at 530 East 84th, right directly across the street. Many of our neighbors are here. What I'd like to say is, please remember, this is a school for 750 girls, K through 12. Basically, that's about 60 girls in a class. It's not a hospital. It's not something for the community. It is a private school with very particular needs. And because of those particular needs, the neighbors, the neighborhood, 84th Street, Colshurts Park, everyone will have to put their enjoyment of the neighborhood on hold for 5 years. I don't think it's fair to the community at large for this very small group to get everything they want. I attended yesterday your meeting where you do a discussion based on the things that have been submitted. I was highly impressed that you take into account the story that is put before you. What you find today in looking at all the diagrams, it is a very choppy story. There is no flow, there is no accounting to what they really do need or what they really do want. It's 750 students. What they really want is a place where the 750 students and their parents can all come together. Where is that going to fit? In all of this 9 stories of building, where are they going to actually get what they want? They get a gym here. They get a cafeteria down there that we're going through now. But when will it end? They're leaving a little bit of room on top, and I'll tell you, in a few years' time, mark my words, they're going to come back because they want to put the helicopter pad on the roof with the space that's left. Because that's what everyone else will have, and they will want it too.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, there are.
Please, start. Favor. Are there any other speakers who are opposed to this project? Please come up. We're having opposition speak first.
Shift them the other way. No, anybody can come up with the same thing.
Good afternoon. My name is Vinnie Roos. I live in the building next door at 523 to 533 East 84th. I've lived there for almost 27 years now. And that's an important number because nearly half of the people in that building have lived there more than 13 years, which is the length of time that the students will be going to the school. So my point on that is for you to take into consideration what the neighborhood, how much time we invest in the neighborhood. We're not a transient neighborhood, we're a long-term neighborhood, and we really want you to take into consideration about that. There's something about if the school didn't inflict the pain on themselves, they should be allowed variances or whatever. Well, poor planning on their last build is inflicting it on themselves. Now, granted, at that time, the gym wasn't required to be the size that it is now. But the size of a basketball field and basketball court was the same size 10 years ago that it is today. So that should have been taken into consideration when it was built. The last building was done. Because I have lived through the last 4 building projects. Also, the noise abatement guy. He talked about it won't be any worse than the noise that we have from the FDR Drive. Obviously, he really didn't check it out because we don't have noise from the FDR Drive. The FDR Drive at that point is underground, and we don't have noise unless there's an emergency situation, which there have been, trucks on fire or whatever. But unless there's an incident like that, there's really no noise from the FDR Drive. So the fact that it was pointed out that it's no worse than the noise from the FDR Drive was kind of, a mistake on your part. I also just want to say that Community Board 8 did turn this project down, and I hope you take the Community Board into consideration because they took the neighbors into consideration on this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. For another speaker. If there are other speakers, please come to the front so you can be ready.
Hello.
Yes, you can start.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Lyndon Wise, and I'm chair of the Chapin School Board of Trustees, and I've had the honor of serving as a Chapin trustee since 1992, and I'm also a Chapin alumna, class of 1970. And I'm a lifelong New Yorker, and I am sympathetic, very sympathetic to the disruption that comes from this communal living and the changes that we all live with and have to. I thought I would like to give some perspective today on the board's planning process that led to the proposed expansion that is the subject before us today. One of our most important responsibilities as a board is to establish the school's major goals in fulfilling our mission of preparing young women for the world that they will enter upon graduation. We do this by means of a formal and ongoing planning process because the field of education is constantly evolving. In fact, evaluation of educational advances and planning in light of those advances has become a standard of evaluation used by our accrediting body, the the New York State Association of Independent Schools. The planning that underlies the project before the BSA today began in earnest in 2010. At that time, the board appointed an athletics task force to evaluate our athletic program offerings and also facilities. We knew at the time that the gym facilities were becoming obsolete because they failed to meet minimum national high school court dimensions. At the same time, a survey of parents and students led to our offering more team options, especially for younger students, because there was a premium on participation rather than competition. And this too put pressure on our gym facilities. More of the schools with which we competed were building regulation-sized gyms, as we've heard, and Chapin was increasingly an outlier with small spaces that were inadequate for practice as well as league play. The solution to replace the smaller spaces with a larger gym became increasingly compelling, especially when we consider the other benefits of the project. One of these benefits is that we will be able to enhance our performing arts space. The board created a planning task force in 2013 to assess our performing arts program. The program had long been space constrained at Chapin. The task force sought parent and student feedback, which showed an interest in more performance programming, while our faculty saw the performing arts as an additional language and teaching tool. I'll wrap up. Meanwhile, the athletic task force continued its work, and I think it's important to say that they considered in depth 4 alternatives to building a new regulation-sized gym. We considered a below-grade option, siting a regulation gym within the building, 3, building a gym off-site, and partnering with another school in an off-site facility. And as to each one of those, we assessed cost, factors like subsurface environmental issues, dimension requirements, transportation, safety, usage, availability, and ultimately, these options proved not to be feasible. So we believe that the program before you is the most viable
Thank you.
and appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Meeting
speaker,
our
please.
programmatic needs.
Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, my name is Bill Sook of Sook Design Group. I am an architect in private practice for almost 20 years and have had the honor of presenting to this commission on behalf of the Intrepid Museum when we legalized over 100,000 square feet of occupancy to ensure the future growth. However, I think it is safe to say that I'm happy to be here as a representative of Chapin and happy to trade seats with Mr. Drago anytime. It's a tough crowd always. Anyway,
He's probably not so happy.
I am also a parent of 3 daughters at the Chapin School. Olivia's in 11th grade, Sophia in 9th, and Louisa in the 4th grade. Through this range, I've had the unique perspective to see how space affects program and how program gets limited by space. When we were first touring the school, when Olivia was applying for kindergarten, I was just enamored by Gym 2 and how big it seemed for a school in Manhattan. But now that Olivia is a junior and plays varsity volleyball and badminton, Gym 2, the largest gym in the school, doesn't seem so large anymore. And as much as people have been talking about the gym, which seems to be one of the biggest points as a violinist and someone who performed all his life before I decided to become an architect,
it's really the performing arts side of this expansion that is also equally important to me and I think for the program at Chapin. The design that the architects have put before you has been carefully considered and gone through a robust design process where we tried to challenge the architects to not only come up with a building that answered Chapin's program requirements, but also improved on the building's exterior appearance and proportions. I recently designed a gymnasium addition for PS 226 in the Bronx, so I empathize certainly with the challenges that these architects are facing. But the overall challenge was in dealing with the existing composition, which consists of a somewhat static 50-50 split, as Paul mentioned before, original masonry Georgian-style building and contemporary metal and glass 2008 edition. The decision was made early on that it was essential to work with the fabric of that 2008 edition rather than to add just a third element and just have it stack one piece, one piece, one piece. So we explored a number of options to develop the current composition, which follows the more classic partie of using the masonry portion as the base, an extended metal panel section as the shaft, and creating a crown or capital of the light glass gym and decorative elements of the screen roof enclosure. We feel that the resulting composition is much more coherent and resolves the current composition. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Carrioline, and I'm a parent of a daughter, Gabriella, at Chapin, who's in class 7. I'm also the current PA chair at Chapin as well. As chair of the Parents Association, I work with and represent the over 750 families whose daughters presently attend Chapin. Over 60% of Chapin's current student population and their families live on the Upper East Side within the boundaries defined by Community District 8. Many hundreds more of Chapin's extended family, former parents, alums, faculty also call this Upper East Side neighborhood home and retain strong ties to the school and to its educational mission. The purpose of the Parents Association is to support the philosophy, programs, and activities of the Chapin School and to organize events that promote a sense of connectedness and foster school spirit within the school's community. We have a thriving and active network of parents who not only support activities within the school, but also conduct meaningful work and projects within the neighborhoods surrounding Chapin. Among these include an ongoing partnership with the East 84th Street Neighborhood Association and support for its various activities throughout the year, including most recently their annual book drive. Chapin has also initiated the Safe Haven program, which fosters a sense of community awareness of street safety among local students, parents, families, and teachers. Open to all living in the surrounding neighborhood, Safe Haven connects business and residences in the area who share a common interest in promoting neighborhood safety. As part of the program, participating businesses and residences place a bright yellow decal in the street-facing windows, identifying themselves as a safe environment if and when children need help or the company of an adult. Additionally, working with other schools in the area, of which there are several, Chapin's Parents Association organizes parent volunteers to walk around the neighborhood from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every school day to maintain a visible, helpful presence for the many children who walk home in our community each day. As chair of the Parents Association, I can affirm that we are in full support of the school's effort with this proposal to create space for our daughters where they will continue to grow as students. Chapin has a long-standing commitment to academics, athletics, and the arts, and this proposal, we believe, will improve and modernize the building in important educational ways. Speaking now as a mother of a daughter who's not only a ballet dancer, she plays the piano as well as the cello, and has taken quite an interest in volleyball in the past 2 years. I am also in support of this project, which I believe will help Gabriella to realize more fully the athletic potential and creative expression that is within her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Karen Young, and I run a charity called Sweet Readers. And I'm here today to tell you a little bit more about Chapin's girls that I know firsthand. Now, I'm not a Chapin parent, although I did live in the neighborhood for about 10 years, and my 15-year-old daughter grew up in Carl Schurz Park almost every day of her very young life. So I love the park and fully appreciate it. That said, this morning I was up at a place called CV Star. So what Sweet Readers does is we train middle school kids to understand and connect with adults who have Alzheimer's. And our programs are in care facilities, they're in schools, and they're in museums. We've been partners with Chapin for 2 years, and I've watched these kids be nothing short of amazing. And this morning I watched a dozen kids. Now, we've worked with over 110 kids in the middle school. And, you know, so there were many interesting arguments that came up, and I can't speak to all of them, but the one woman who talked about the 750 families, and it's just their very limited needs, broke my heart a little bit, because if you had been at CV Star this morning, you would have seen, you know, it's completely different. And I think the demographics of our community, not just this community, but of, you know, the whole Upper East Side, are shifting. There are a lot of elderly people who need this kind of engagement, and what Chapin does is huge for the community. It's not just the elderly person, it's their entire family, and it's their whole way of life. And these are committed community kids for years, and it's not just 5 kids or 10, it's hundreds of kids. And what they're doing is they're setting a precedent for really many, many years to come. So while 5 years does matter, and as a mother of a 15-year-old, I get that's a third of her life, I'm a daughter of a 92-year-old, and so there are many elderly in that neighborhood who have grandchildren and children my age. And so if 5 years from now, and it's a shame that there have been many levels of you know, construction in the past, I can't really speak to that, but I can tell you right now, if 5 years from now that gym's big enough to hold more community events that aren't just noisy gym events, and I'm not even sure that's, you know, I can't even speak about that. I can speak about if this is going to help bring communities together, because the place I was at is going to be shut down because funding for Social Adult Day in the neighborhood has pretty much been eliminated. So what Chapin can do is, and what they've talked about doing and have said they will do, is bring some of the people in the community into their facility. So in that dance studio, I mean, how wonderful that these kids will be able to engage with the elders in their community. So I do believe that it's more than 5 years, and hopefully it's 50 years. And I do believe that it's more than 750 families. I think it's thousands of people. And so I have no, you know, vested interest in Chapin other than I've seen those girls firsthand, and they're amazing. And so I hope that you will give them a chance to bring the community more into the school environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
BSA Chairperson Perlmutter and fellow commissioners of the BSA, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michelle Kaywood, and I've been the athletic director at the Chapin School for the past 13 years. In that time, I've witnessed a tremendous growth in girls' sports nationwide and here in our own girls' sports league, the Athletic Association of Independent Schools of New York City. I'd like to share with you how Chapin's athletic teams, physical education classes, recess program would all benefit enormously with a regulation-sized gym. In 1986, there were 15 competitive teams at Chapin. In 1997, it rose to 22. We now have 33 competitive teams. Simply put, more of our students are choosing to participate in athletics, a trend that mirrors what we've seen in female sports across the nation. Post-Title IX, the quality of play has risen steadily for girls' athletics. Official playing spaces are vital in order to learn and utilize proper basketball and volleyball strategies. Tournament organizers do not want to host games in sites that limit the full potential of individuals and teams. In 2011, the AIS president informed Chapin that the league had voted not to allow Chapin to host tournament games in its undersized gymnasium. This was a blow to our program and has affected regular season games. Several teams outside of our league have refused to play us on our home court. And just last Thursday, our league's basketball chairperson presented to the athletic directors a firm argument for not allowing any games to be played in facilities like Chapin's without regulation 3-point and half-court lines. Without official-sized courts and proper teaching and training space, we must modify the skills and games that we teach to fit the space we have. Throwing, for example, must be learned using only short distances. Teachers must also limit students' participation in order to keep the space safe. Many other athletic programs would benefit from this new space, like track, cross-country, soccer, field hockey, lacrosse, and more. Moreover, a new gym would be programmed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. for physical education classes, recess programs, athletic teams, and would be available for community use from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the evenings. I conclude with a reference to the work of Eric Jensen, a former educator and writer about brain-based learning. In his work, Teaching with the Brain in Mind, Jensen explains there are strong connections between physical education, movement, breaks, recess, energizing activities, and improved cognition. Movement can be a strategy that 1, strengthens learning, 2, improves memory, 3, enhances motivation and morale. We have worked hard at Chapin for several years to design a physical education curriculum and recess program that applies these findings, using spaces that are extraordinarily limiting. As educators and proponents of physical education and health, we hope that this project is allowed to move forward so the space in which we teach and train can better support these critical goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Perlmutter and fellow commissioners of the BSA. My name is Courtney Bowen, and I am a senior at the Chapin School. And I am here today as one of the final 4 speakers on Chapin's behalf to express my strong support for Chapin's plan to construct a regulation-sized gymnasium. To give you some context of who I am at Chapin, I am the president of the Athletic Association, which means that all things related to sports and school spirit will run through me. I am also a member of Chapin's varsity basketball, volleyball, and badminton teams. So sports have played more than a large role in my time at Chapin. But my athletics at Chapin have been more than just fun. They have taught me integral lifelong skills such as teamwork, resilience, and time management. My various teams have allowed me to form enduring relationships with my teammates and coaches. And overall, sports have taught me about a lifestyle of health and fitness that I will carry with me long after I leave Chapin. So, while I have thoroughly enjoyed my athletic experience, I have also grown increasingly frustrated by the ways in which the game needs to be strategically altered to work in our current space. Skill development in our undersized gym is difficult, and in some instances impossible, such as jump serves in volleyball or true baseline plays in basketball. And now, not only is the size of our gym inconvenient, but it is also increasingly unsafe. In volleyball, when you are looking up and running in pursuit of far-flying balls, it is incredibly dangerous to have walls and bleachers that are so close to the edges of the court. Also, in basketball, we have to be incredibly cognizant of how fast we're running in order to ensure that we will be able to slow down in time as to not collide with the wall. These are some of the few reasons, as you have heard, that other teams in our league have succeeded in taking away our ability to host tournament games, and that soon we might not even be able to host regular season games. As an athlete, it is devastating to hear that I might not have a place to call my home court. This also puts our teams at a serious disadvantage in many ways. Firstly, without the ability to host home games, the fan support, which is so critical to the success and enjoyment of Chapin athletics, will waver. Secondly, playing exclusively in other schools' regulation-sized gyms means that we will always be at a disadvantage due to the fact that we have been practicing in a gym that is about 2/3 the size of a regulation court in both length and width. This lack of space has forced us to compromise on everything, from our long-distance shots to our inbounding plays to our full-court endurance. Yet, in spite of all these disadvantages, Chapin has still maintained an amazing athletic program and many successful teams. As a personal testament to the strength of Chapin's athletics, I, after only 4 years of Chapin volleyball, am honored to be playing Division I varsity volleyball next year in college. So, I'm sure you can imagine how frustrating it is that we currently don't have the facilities to match our clearly very successful program. Well, the good news is, the only thing stopping us from maximizing this full potential of our program can be solved, but we need your help. I can only hope that my testimony has helped you to see both the necessity of this construction project and the way in which this project will help enhance Chapin's ability to best serve their students. I am so eternally grateful for all that Chapin has done for me. So I think it's fair to say that I'm speaking for current and future generations of Chapin students when I say that this expansion is the critical next step in Chapin's mission of producing strong, determined, and well-rounded women who will change this world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Maggie Siegel, and I'm the Executive Director of Asphalt Green, a nonprofit fitness campus right north of Chapin, and I feel like I just shrunk many inches. I can speak to what a wonderful neighbor Chapin is, and we love the Chapin girls. Chapin supported us when we opened up 25 years ago with our field, and 20 years ago with our Aqua Center, and we now have have the Chapin girls on our field, and we're sending our kids to their gyms. We have such a need in the community for more gyms. And as I heard, Sacred Heart and Dalton have opened up. You can't find any space. They are rented full. They are trying to be good neighbors and good communities. Girls volleyball is the fastest growing girls sport. We had over 650 kids try out for soccer last week with only 344 spots. We want this. We don't want our kids to be obese. We don't want them sitting in front of the TV. So how dare we deny them more spaces? Thank you very much, and I'm also a neighbor. I live on 79th between East End and York, so I walk by every day, and I spend a lot of time at the park, and I do not see how this in any way, shape, or form would harm that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael John Downey. My daughter, Sophia, attends the Chapin School. She's in grade 1. I am an educator, and I am chair of the Arts and Culture Committee of her Manhattan Community Board 10, which serves Central Harlem. I'd like to speak to you today about why there's a need for a new performing arts space at Chapin. Now, there are 5 major art form areas: music, dance, drama, visual arts, and multi-arts. Chapin will focus on the first 3. And they will create new spaces to house these arts programs. Now, rather than give you facts and figures for why this will boost test scores, because people can prove and disprove these things, I'm going to tell you, or list for you, 12 skills that children learn from the performing arts that no one can actually disprove. 1, creativity. 2, confidence, problem solving, perseverance, focus, nonverbal communication, receiving feedback, collaboration, dedication, accountability, critical thinking, and description analysis. Further, the arts and culture experiences improve students' knowledge of the arts and their desire to become lifelong cultural consumers. Exposure to the arts also affects their values. Students are more tolerant and empathetic, since one's awareness of different people, places, and ideas through the arts helps them appreciate and accept people in the broader context of the world, and may give them a more inclusive worldview in the process. Now, between the hours of 8:15 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the middle school and upper school dance classes do not have a designated meeting space, like Dr. Hoya said. They share an assembly room, which is also used for parent meetings, assemblies, and special exhibitions. But that does not stop the people at Chapin from sharing their space with other schools, community members, and associations after 3 p.m. Harlem Academy uses the Chapin Auditorium for performances because they lack performance space. In a letter thanking the Chapin School, the headmaster of the Harlem Academy wrote, "We're deeply thankful to Chapin for sharing their theater as well as its staff and with our students and community. We look forward to future collaborations and deepening our partnership." Chapin has an open door policy with the community and other schools, and will not only keep it that way, but will also open up their doors to wider future partnerships with the community and beyond. So in 6 years, I can see my daughter and her friends sitting in the performance space in the sky at Chapin that they intend to build, blending dance with physics in order to examine Newton's 3 laws of physics through dance, and looking out and thinking this: through the liberal picture window of the serene city school, a sun-drenched river bridge with cars and SUVs driving, and haze and vista and the far horizon fading away. That last line was from Walt Whitman poem, but perhaps one day she'll be able to write something like that, and that sings herself. I urge you to allow the variance for Chapin. I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ethan Berman. You'll be pleased to know I'm the last speaker. I am a parent, and I'm not here to talk about basketball. My daughter is not the athlete Courtney is. But I actually run a middle school STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and math. I think you've all heard a little bit about this, but I hope you've read that STEM is really where the future is of education. I believe quite strongly. You have the President talking about it. You have Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, talking about it. These are the jobs of the future. As I think you're also aware, of the engineering jobs, less than 20% are represented by women. And so several years ago, I reached out to Chapin and talked about developing a STEM or engineering program at the school for the summer. Moreover, the idea was not simply for the 750 girls at Chapin, but it was for the community at large. And so for the last 2 years, we have run a program at Chapin in the area of STEM. That program has had about 500 children go through in 2 years, over 80% from outside of Chapin, though it is over 50% girls. So they have welcomed the entire community to that program. The other thing that I think we've talked about is gyms. I'm not an expert on gyms, I will leave that to others, but in terms of classrooms and how classrooms will be used in the 21st century. As technology has changed, you're not going to see traditional classrooms of desks in rows. Seeing that change already, and I think that the new use of the space in the classrooms they've talked about is going to be crucial to how girls are going to be educated going forward. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I came without intention to speak, but I'm a neighbor.
Say your name, please.
Alexander Gambord. I'm a neighbor. I live in 110 Eastern Avenue. I moved there in January. I was not aware when I signed the lease that expansion is to take place. I urge you to approve the request. I have a 10-year-old daughter who attends Lycée Français, which is currently undergoing expansion as well. So I'm appreciative and respectful of the Chapin School needs. I think what perhaps should be paid attention to are the way in which this expansion is to take place so that the concerns of the neighbors are taken into account. For example, a proposal was made by a resident of 1 Gracie Square, which, if I understood it correctly, would involve covering the space designated for gym. The space need, I understand, the request that the space for the gym be open and lit, I think might perhaps be discussed. If I understand it correctly, Chapin has a very active squash program, and the students are taken to City View Athletic Facility. So it is this that I want to say. I think they need this additional space, clearly. This expansion, I think, has to be approved, but I think the way that it is implemented perhaps must be done in such a way that the neighbors' needs are also taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? Okay. So a few
Thank you.
things. Yeah, you want to respond to some of this?
Just one point I would respond to now, and it's an argument that I think is absolutely bogus, and I want to discuss it now. The idea that the Chapin has come back several times to request an approval or an amendment of approval. Why has it done that? What, you know, is it just greedy? Is something wrong with the school? It's due to two reasons. One is the finding regarding a minimum variance. If an applicant came to you and said, well, maybe sometime in the future we might need this and we might need that, but we're not sure right now, the board would not respond well to that, right? Because there's a legal mandate to request the minimum necessary to achieve the programmatic needs at the time. But more importantly, I don't want to make a big speech, but educational needs change. They change all the time. They have changed immensely since Title IX was passed in 1972 in terms of athletics, in terms of STEM, and although it's not specifically mentioned in Title IX, the performing arts as well. All these needs change and evolve, and it is absolutely the responsibility of a school to meet those needs and to change its programs and its physical space to be able to respond. If a school did not do this, it would be irresponsible, it would not be a very good school. So if you look at the history of Chapin coming back, they have been here in 87, 96, 2006, and now it's 2015, 9 to 10-year intervals. Well, guess what? Chapin is evaluated every 10 years, and recommendations are made and observations are made on a 10-year basis. And this chronology is a 10-year based chronology. So the idea that Chapin should not be allowed to come back, should not be allowed to evolve, I think it's both violates the findings, and I think it's terrible educational policy.
So could you, there are lots of other examples that you could look at. Can you respond to us in writing about this subject and go to both BSA precedent, where there may be other schools that had similar situation, and also case law to support?
Be happy
this?
to do that.
Okay, that would be great. Do you have other things that you wanted to add? Because I have some questions I'd like you to respond to.
No, nothing further.
Okay, so there were a bunch of things that were brought up in general that more or less reminded me that we should have asked you. One is with respect to the rooftop use. If you could just include in your statement of facts what the schedule is for the use of the roof. I'm assuming there won't be lighting on it because that would be very disturbing.
You're correct.
If there would be any kind of amplification, I'm assuming
No amplification.
Okay, so if you could be very clear, because those will be conditions in the review.
Understood.
Okay, in terms of the community use, if you could talk about how the community or other outsiders use the facilities after, it sounds like after 3, and what time that goes on till, and in terms of the traffic study, there is a traffic study actually, so just to correct Mr. Mazur, there's a traffic study in the EAS. If you could just speak to how that has an impact, whether that has an impact on the traffic study or not, pedestrian study, traffic, all of that stuff. With respect to traffic controls, there was some commentary about lots and lots of cars coming up. Like, what's the school planning to do to handle drop-offs, which we know around schools is a big issue? There was a rendering that was shown on the wall there, which we didn't get a copy of. If you could give us that. I didn't find it anyway. I kept looking through. I didn't see the rendering. Maybe it's there, but I can't find it. And then, of course, if you could respond to the A finding, because that was it's kind of glossed over, and you need to really go into if the building is obsolete, if that's your A finding, how come? What makes it obsolete? And again, really clarifying the neighborhood character finding, which is both the urban cartographic study, but you incorporate that into the statement of facts and findings, because it really belongs in your findings. Those are one of the findings, right?
Understood.
Did I leave anything out? Anybody else?
Yes, it had been brought up a couple of times about enrollment figures, and perhaps when you get back to us, you could tell us whether or not enrollment is going to increase, and has it increased especially since the last time the school was here, and if there's any anticipated additional students, and will this then also, this particular ask, will that benefit, additional students?
That's fine. We have that data.
Okay, great. Okay, any other comments, questions, something you want to say? Okay, so what do you think? How much time?
Well, from the school's perspective, sooner is better.
Okay, but so you're the one who has to put together the materials, so sooner is better is your job?
Yes. We could do it in as little as 2 weeks. We could do it in 3 weeks. That's our time frame.
So we also have opposition to respond, is that sorry. So do we have 2 weeks for opposition? How do we do this? Sorry.
3 for the initial, 2 for the opposition, then 1.
1, okay. So 3 for the initial submission. Opposition has 2 weeks to respond to that. And then if you want to, you can respond a week later. Does that work for you? And then we could schedule. So if it's 3 for you, then it's 1, 2, that's a June 2nd submission. then opposition submits on June 16th. And then if you want, you could submit on June 23rd for a July 14th hearing, Bastille Day. Does that work?
Works?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for May 12, 2015.
2 hours and 20 minutes.
Turn off your mics. Turn off your mics.